Vinay, we can start.
Okay, hang on, I was just about to ask.
Yeah.
Welcome back. After a brief intermission, we have with us Gaurang Mota. Gaurang Mota, along with his brother, started an organic produce brand called Mom. Can you hear me, Gaurang?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Gaurang and his brother Saurabh, who came yesterday, have started an organic food brand called Mom's Food. Gaurav here is come here to talk about farm produce and pricing, and also market linkages. So over to you, Gaurav.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys, for having me over. Firstly, it's a great initiative, and I've been kind of following it for the past day or so. So yeah. A little bit about Monk's Booth and myself. So I'm Gaurang. I, along with my brother and a couple of other friends, we have this initiative called Monk's Booth. We're a social enterprise where we work with farmers in 4 states in India. We support the transition towards organic natural farming. And there are a few farmer groups set up by friends who we connect with also. Predominantly for market linkages is one thing, and fair pricing models. And second is in terms of adding some sort of value to the produce that comes out of the farmlands, because we feel that's one major thing missing at farm level and at the farmers level, which can add to the income of the farmers as well. So coming to the topic that Vinay said I'd be speaking about, which is something that we've been trying to work on, understand, experiment with, and also created some sort of models around that, is fair pricing for the farmers and pricing of agri-produce and products which come out from the farming itself. So firstly, highlighting the issue out there, if we try to see any specific grocery item that comes to our plates, for example, say rice, and the pricing of which, how is the pricing of that decided? Most of the pricing for the farmers is decided by the market or by some other agency, or by the government, or by anyone who is buying the produce, and not by the farmers themselves. That's why we need to shift the paradigm a little bit, where the farmers have some more say. Honestly, they need to be having the most amount of say, because it's their produce that they are growing and they are putting an effort into, and from there onwards it needs to be got into the market. But right now the thing is the other way around. That is something that we've been trying to work on, trying to understand of how different models can work. So one basic thing over there is, for example, if we consider any business that any one of us is trying to do, or which is happening right now, firstly everyone considers the costs that incur while anyone gets into the business of produce or something. For example, for a farm produce as well, each farmer who is growing a particular crop or a multi-crop needs to firstly document properly the kind of costs that they have incurred. May it be the cost of regenerating the soil, the amount of time they spent on it, to the seeds if they bought it and if they've used their own seeds also, to anything else that goes into the soil, their own efforts that go into it. Also, if they are getting external help for the particular piece of land. So they, right now, if you go to any farmland, no one or most farmers do not document properly the kind of costs that go into creating a particular farmland and getting the crop out, which needs to be done. Only then will they be able to realize the right amount of price that that crop, the value of the crop that they've got from there. Post that, some sort of profits which they need to sustain. Apart from that, there are many other factors like environmental factors, natural disasters that regularly have been occurring for the past few years and even in the past, which also need to be compensated and put into the pricing of the crops that come out of that piece of land. All of that put, then the transport costs to the mandi or to the direct consumer, if they're selling to the direct consumer, need to be included in that. And only then can the fair pricing for the farmers for a particular product be realized. This whole conversation is missing in the conventional system right now, where it's more consumer oriented or a market oriented approach to the pricing of the produce in itself. That's what our focus has been. We've tried to create a few models with some specific grains with the particular farmers in Ahmednagar in Maharashtra, Parner in Maharashtra. Uh, and that's kind of helped us understand, yes, sometimes this model can work. Sometimes what is happening right now, the difference in costs between what a particular kilo of rice is being sold at versus what a kilo of rice, if we realize or in like put all the real prices that go into creating the pricing for the rice goes into it, the difference is too high. This difference, if we come to this difference, only then we'll be able to create solutions like maybe economies of scale, maybe moving to multi-cropping, maybe doing a little bit of value addition to the particular crop that comes out from there to balance out so that the rice is not sold at exorbitantly high prices for the consumers. So once we try to understand the real cost of a particular grain or the crop, then we try to connect it with the market prices which exist right now. Only then we'll be able to find solutions which can help the farmers sustain and thrive. Also, at the same time, the consumers don't pay exorbitant prices. So that's been a constant thing that we've been trying to work on. And this is a larger conversation that needs to happen from various perspectives and from various stakeholders in the system as well. One is working with the farmers, trying to not educate them, but trying to make them realize the importance of this. Secondly, from the consumer perspective, trying to understand the real costs that go into farming, the real costs that a particular crop needs to be valued at. Because right now, when we speak to the consumers, the first question specifically when it comes to organic comes that why is it so expensive? Yes, it is slightly more expensive if you just compare it to the conventional produce, but there are various reasons around that, which is what makes organic slightly more expensive when you compare it. But in the real sense, in a holistic way, it is not that expensive. It is just the real price of a produce that you're paying or for various other additional benefits you're getting for that particular produce. One is you're getting a highly nutritious product in itself. Second is you're supporting farmers or the farming community, which is 40 to 45% of our country even today in itself. And for the kind of prices that they get, they are usually not in a proper space of mind. And is it is it even viable, or is it even a happy society that we're living in from our perspective? From that perspective also, if you try to think of these things while we are paying that extra price for that particular produce, which we say, we are creating a system and we are creating a society which is holistic, which might be happier, and which will be a good place to live in. So yeah, these were a few thoughts around pricing that we had. Apart from that, the second thing that I would love to highlight is value addition of produce. At farm levels, right now in the past few years, we've seen a huge shift in terms of farms, farmer groups, and FPOs moving towards value addition of produce, which is, I think, a great move. And this is something which needs to be focused on by each and every farmer or each and every person working on farming in itself. So that is something that adds to the income of the farmers in a particular way. It also saves wastage of a lot of crops in transportation or during transportation, which inevitably saves cost for the farmers and makes the produce fairly priced again. Also, from an holistic perspective, when it comes to rural economies versus urban economies, we try to create a huge amount of employment at farm level, because there are a particular number of people who are working on the farm. While we add value addition at farm level or at rural level, there will be a more number of people required for those processes as well. So value addition in itself solves a lot of other issues also. So documenting costs, value addition of the produce that comes out of it, and educating and having conversations with consumers to understand all of these things, to understand the food they're consuming, to understand where the food is coming from, to understand the kind of effort that goes into creating or growing that food until it reaches us. While all of this in a transparent supply chain system, where the farmers can directly connect with those consumers, and the consumers can try to know the really nutritious food that comes to the plate. So this is what we've been trying to work on, understand, and trying to create smaller models. We've been able to create a few good ones which are working for us. There have been a lot of failures in them also, where sometimes it's from our end that we created a lot of mistakes in terms of overseeing things not in a proper way, or trying to make the wrong calculations. Environmental factors come into play, farmers fizzling out over a period of time, a lot of those things. But apart from us, there are a lot of other people who are working on really great models around this, where people like there are people like OFM in Chennai is doing great work, which is a conversation that we'd had also earlier. So there are people who, when you consider, say, for a kilo of rice, again coming back to that example, if it's being sold at say 100 rupees a kilo, what is the amount that is going back to the farmer? So there are models where people are giving back 60 to 70% of the MRP to the farmers, which they consider fair pricing. So it's a subjective subject in its way, but at least they need to realize the real costs plus a little bit that can help them sustain. That's our focus with each and every produce that we get into the market, and that's what I think the larger conversation needs to be when we consider and talk about MSPs or pricing, or are farmers really getting the price that they want to. It needs to be more of a farmer oriented approach than a market oriented or a consumer oriented approach. Only then we'll be able to create that sustained, thriving supply chain system and a healthy community. Yeah, these were a few of my thoughts. If there are any more questions on this that you would like to add, I'd like to answer those. Yeah, for sure. Sure, Vinay.
My questions are maybe pretty basic at this point of time,
Right.
but I really want to understand where and how did the shift take place? Like, how did the process of pricing shift from the farmer to, I mean, this probably goes back into time. Maybe really,
Right.
but how? Where do you think the shift? You know, when did the shift happen?
So
And
right. I feel I don't have a direct answer as to where the shift happened or when the shift happened, but I would ideally like to believe that it happened at least a few decades down the line, where more of a approach where biodiversity, local produce or local market connect started disseminating, and we started trying to create a holistic system, is what we try to call it, but a very very monotonous and corporate based system, where there can be just a few crops, there can be just a few corporations, there can be just a few things that are connected to the market from the holistic. So to make ease of doing business at the center of a lot of things, so that kind of a conversation started coming into the system from a consumer perspective to highlight for that matter. Where now, if we talk about say rices or wheats, we don't even know about options like unpolished rices or black or red or brown or other varieties of rices that can exist. Don't even know about local varieties of rices. So when that conversation started shifting from the business perspective or the corporate perspective, where there are a few things which can be controlled easily, and these can be sold to the consumers, because now the consumers want those things only because they don't know of the other things. So I feel is I think a few decades old in its way. That's why when the control came into the hands of the middlemen or the corporates, where the control started shifting from the farmer's perspective and also from the consumer's perspective. So as consumers also today, we don't control the food that we get. Honestly, whatever is fed to us in terms of commercial is what we know of, and then we just select from those options that are there. Also from the farmer's perspective, the same thing. This is something that the consumers require, therefore they need to grow only an XYZ kind of things, and those things might not even be native to those particular regions. They might not be the real crop that they should be growing, or which might give them the better yield or the better thing for the soil that they're growing into. So with all of these things coming into place from the systemic perspective a few decades back, I don't know the exact time again, is when the shift started moving towards the middle of the whole supply chain, then to the two ends, which are I think the most important in the whole conversation.
yeah. Does pricing lead to monoculture? Right? Because once we set a price, which is very favorable to a particular farmer, will we want to grow more of that alone? Right? So that led to a problem.
Yes, kind of. It can be both the ways, I think. Sometimes it's monoculture, which is pushed into the market to create better pricing for things, big economies of scale being a simple example for that. On the other hand, end, I feel yes, pricing when it comes to the center of things, which leads to monoculture, because if you want to sell a particular thing at a particular rate, then you try to create a monoculture or a system where you can get more out of piece of land or area that you have in its way. So there are no other options other than monocropping, because then you can use same number of seeds, the labor cost reduces, you can put the same kind of pesticides in the conventional farming system, or organic system, the kind of dash farni or whatever you use in that way. So I think it's both the ways that it works. Sometimes monoculture creates a particular pricing or moves us towards a particular pricing, and on the other end, when we move towards that particular crop, it creates two monocultures because of the pricing perspective that we pre-decided. So the crux of it is we pre-decided the price for the market or the consumer, and that's what's making us move towards a particular decision rather than the other way around.
And those decisions depend upon the season and what you harvest, what you want to sow and harvest eventually. Would it depend on?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said, would it depend upon the fact that what we can harvest, what we can sow and harvest at a given period of time, and then let's just do that. And those factors also would be influencing decisions. Like for example, like you spoke about environmental damage. How does one factor this cost, and how does one go about if one had to go pragmatically breaking down the cost? How does one go about it?
Right. So there are a few things to this. One is when we move away from, say, a monocultural system to a polycultural, multicultural, multi-cropping system, that is one huge approach that can help us minimize the damage in terms of natural disasters. Second is when we move to desi or indigenous varieties of crops which are more acclimatized to those particular conditions. I'm not saying these are 100% foolproof solutions, but these can minimize the damages also in that particular way. So these two things, when done in a proper way, in a proper we created or designed system of a farm, can help us reduce the damages from a particular natural disaster that occurs. Apart from that, or keeping these aside, if considering that these will still occur, how do we do? So here a little bit of say data analysis of the past. How has it happened? When has that happened? How many years does it regularly happen? Which is now changing because of climate change and other factors also. But those analysis, and farmers usually, apart from the modern way of analyzing things, they themselves know things of what has happened in the past, how has climate reacted, how is climate going to react this time. They are really close to trying to judge all of those things, which can help them calculate these things in some way. Apart from that, there can surely be support from people like us who are into the system, and this being one of the major reasons why we want to be in the system is to sort and support the farmers with all of these things. We need to take the onus, maybe act as some sort of an insurance, maybe try to create pricing, because with some particular crops in some particular regions, you always know with data and understanding in the past that this might occur, this will occur at a particular time, or no, these crops are no, for this season might go off. So if we try to put that into the pricing, considering previous year's analysis, with some sort of obviously a buffer in that conversation or that calculation, it can surely, there is no direct answer to it. There cannot be a direct a percentage or a number that can be put at it. There will always be ambiguity, but there has to be that, once there is that trust, that transparency and that confidence in that supply chain system from the farmer's perspective, from our perspective and the consumer perspective, this can be sorted where we have, say, a flexible pricing model for that matter. For example, we've considered costs into the pricing of the particular crop, for which we considered, say, a particular natural disaster happening and that crop going bad after 2 years. We put that into our cost. But for example, that natural disaster doesn't exist. So for that particular year or in the future, we can reduce the price and compensate the consumers for that. So that can be a flexible system also, but it's all it's kind of trust based, and there is confidence between each other that no one's fooling each other. We're just trying to create a system which is more holistic, trust based, and which can benefit and support and help the farmers sustain, thrive, while the consumers are not fooled into it as well. So yeah.
Currently, when you look at the pricing that we have for various farm products, do you see a big difference between organically grown natural farm products? And of course, there is. But how does one go about regulating prices of both? Supposing we say that a natural farm product, an organic farm product produce, whatever is getting regulated? How does one go about fixing those prices, or is it finally left to the person who's growing it, which could be sometimes whimsical, sometimes could be very practical, and sometimes it could be just like majboori, I have to sell it. There's really no option. So within these, how does one go about pricing organic farm produce, natural farm produce, vis-a-vis what's already there in the market?
Right. So this is a long-term conversation till you can kind of regulate, or finalize a particular amount or a kind of number that you can give to it. But this can surely be done once we try to say, for example, if you're working on a particular farm or on a particular produce, the simple effort needs to be at the start, where we try to document each thing that is happening. We do it for a few years, say 3 or 4 years, see the average of what's happening, what's not happening, in terms of the produce that is coming, in terms of the quality, in terms of getting into the market and XYZ, plus having a bit of a buffer over there. Once you have the data, if you have the documentation, and if you know the average prices for, say, a good amount of time, say 3 to 5 years, I think would be an ideal to get to that particular price, and those being real prices, and not with any kind of compensation or subsidies added to it in a way, we will be able to figure out a particular price which will be which can be a constant thing. And this is irrespective of whether it's an organic produce or an inorganic produce, for that matter, or say, for example, farm produce. Coming to organic versus non-organic produce, yes, the difference will always be there for specific reasons which we can highlight separately. One is subsidies going to the inorganic produce, and a lot of other factors that go into it also. So at the start, when anyone is starting the process, as I still feel the organic industry in terms of pricing in our country or even across is not taking the best approach forward, and we are at a very nascent stage to figure it out for ourselves. Every region is different, every farmland is different, every crop is different. So we'll have to put that effort into it to try. And if a lot of us get into it, and which a lot of people are doing great work, and if we can just pick up a few crops ourselves and try to figure it out for a while, we'll be able to reach the right prices for those crops as well. Yes, for the starting bit, there will be a huge difference, maybe, or might not be also. Second is we need to also consider market prices as a benchmark for now, so that we don't be exorbitantly expensive, but that does not mean we cut down on what the fair pricing needs to be also. So that's a balancing act for the first few years. But if you do it for, say, 3 to 5 years, you will surely get the data and documentation to decide on the fair pricing for the future ahead, from that particular region, for that particular crop, for that matter. So yeah.
So when you say of a particular region, vis-a-vis say turmeric grown in, say, Bangalore, for example, as opposed to turmeric grown in Northeast, of course, I mean, the quality and the variations would have its own appeal. But across, okay, that's still exclusive, sort of. It's not the best example. Say rice from one part and a rice from another region. So the factors that going to produce rice in, say, Orissa as compared to what it does in Maharashtra, there might be some difference with labor costs and all of that.
Right.
So is there a way, do you believe that each region should have its own pricing mechanism, which is, and we leave it to that, or we adopt a national sort of a standard wherein we devise, as you said, this is at a very nascent stage. So going about evolving same produce, rice from one region, rice from another region. How do you price it? How do we come about that? So what do you think would be the most distinguishing factor? Or we just let the pricing take, just let it happen, man. People, obviously know their benchmark. Beyond this, we need and sell, irrespective of which, what it goes. So how do you see something that come about which is probably uniforms everything at a national level? Do you think that pricing should be?
Right. I think that if people are working, or if farmers are working on, if we are working on, say, indigenous produces, if you're working on indigenous crops that are acclimatized and from that particular region, we will have the best pricing over a period of time after the system matures for that particular region or for that particular crop, for sure. It might not be exorbitantly priced, for that matter. Right now, because we are growing alien crops in alien regions with alien methodologies also being used, That's why that mismatch is kind of happening. So once you do that, yes, there can be there can be a same model on paper, but it will be adjusted according to the region for that matter, according to what's happening over there, what are the seeds, what are the crops that we are growing there in that region. Secondly, we've been trying to or wanting to move towards it, which we haven't, which I'll say right now. But localism is something, or selling produce locally is something that needs to be pushed as well. We need not be consuming rice from Odisha in Maharashtra for that matter. Lack of availability is another thing right now. Still, the systems mature and evolve over a period of time. But over a period of, we need to move towards local crops for local markets, and that will sort a lot of pricing issues as well, for that matter. So yes, there can be the same model, but it has to be adjusted according to a particular region. Also, if we can create a local produce for local market kind of a system, I don't think pricing would be that major of an issue, for the whole system in it. Right now, if you consider the conventional system and try to put all of these things in place, it might look a bit complicated and ambiguous in its way, because we are consuming an X thing from an X state or an X region in a Y region. So from Odisha to Maharashtra, whatever it may be. So that's where this whole there needs to be a systemic change and evolution over a period of time till we reach those. Till then, we have to play that balancing act, try to sort that ambiguity at our levels, and create that conversation with the consumers or anyone who's trying to buy it. And from the consumer angle also, there needs to be that extra effort into trying to understand what is happening, from the food perspective. If they really are consuming nutritious food, organic food, and putting that much effort into it, there needs to be that extra bit of push to understand the pricing as well, and not just have a blanket statement or a comparative statement for two separate systems.
So do you think somewhere we would get? I mean, do you see a point that when we would see, say, a rice grown organically having certain kind of nutritional benefits as opposed to something not having as many? Do you think that getting played out openly, like how you see the independent producers listing out how they have a brief write-up about the product and stuff like that, and moreover, so where we get into detailing what are the nutrition that one can sort of derive from a particular brand of rice grown organically, which is something that's grown. I think we'll get into these bigger discussions and putting that out, because right now, even on the back of foods, we have the calorific breakdown.
Yes.
Would we ever get into such kind of systems wherein we are explaining the nutritional value of a food item?
Absolutely. I think we should get towards that, and that is the crux of it, because we don't have food just for taste. It's more for nutrition as well, as a lot of people have highlighted in the past and keep highlighting right now. Food is the medicine that we consume. It doesn't have to be medicine separately. If you're having the right food, the nutritious food, which can there can be two things. One is we highlighting these things from the farmer perspective of people who are selling the food. Second is you create the transparent system and engage the farmers and the consumers, or we as people who are working with the farmers and engaging with the consumers, to have that open conversation. But nutrition needs to be at the center of a lot of things that we consume, and the factors that are important to get nutritious food to the plate also, like growing, again coming back to the same points, indigenous heirloom products in a particular manner, because the soil is nutritious, so it works two ways. It provides nutrition to the soil, whereas the soil provides nutrition to that particular crop, and then at the end it provides nutrition to the consumers or whoever is consuming it as well. So yes, this is a very important conversation, right now being overshadowed by, say, calorific values which are put, which most people don't even understand for that matter. There needs to be a direct communication, the real communication, and a real maybe a write-up or a conversation in terms of the farmer who understands it, to revive all of those things, revive those conversations from a consumer and farmer perspective, and from our perspective as well, who trying to engage from both ends. That matter. So yes, that's a valid and a great point I put across.
Yeah, I was saying we hope to revive all those conversations through this platform, with more participation from
yes.
you and others. And we want to do that actually. We want to do a big talk on pricing and policy and all of that. So I hope that you'll be there with us at that time. Right? Questions. That's all from me as regards to questions. Anyone amongst participants and panelists who would like to ask Gaurang a question can do so now. Is there anybody? I guess people are, it was pretty comprehensive. Uh,
Yeah.
want to really appreciate you for taking time out and coming here and sharing your
Thank
views
you.
and throwing light. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And hope
Thanks
to
a
see
lot for having me. Yes. Yes.
you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Bye. Bye. Thanks a lot.
Bye. So, moving on, we do have a couple of talks lined up, but I think before the next talk starts, we might take another short break and connect at 1:15, 1:30. We have a next speaker, Melody. She's going to speak about regenerative farming. And so today's day wasn't planned. We extended it based on the enthusiasm and the participation from yesterday. Also, some of the speakers couldn't make it yesterday, so they requested if they could speak on the second. Second wasn't planned initially. We extended it. So I should apologize to all the people who are present here for these breaks that we're taking. Hopefully, from 1:30 onwards, we would have a straightforward session up until 6:30. That's hoping, fingers crossed. So we hope to see you again at 1:30. Thank you so much.
I'm keeping the meeting on, so we could just mute ourselves because I can edit YouTube later. I don't want to, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so by 1:45, Mel will join in.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Vinay.
Yeah. Hi, Shalini.
Let's say hi to Mel and Anil.
Hi, Anil. Hi, Melody.
Melody, how are you?
Hey Vinay. Hey Radha. 1 minute, I'm just turning the video.
Hey,
Hey.
good to see you after so long.
Ah, wow. Oh my
We
God.
met Melody last week.
Yeah,
Wow.
we met last week. So cool. How nice. Awesome.
Yes.
Ah,
So,
this is awesome, huh? What you guys are doing. I heard quite a few of the stuff yesterday. I couldn't hear all the 5 hours, but yeah, I took little bits and yeah.
we were
Yeah.
normal at 5. We started at 9, around 6.
Wow. Okay.
It just happened.
Yeah,
It happened.
that's
We tried
great.
to do the same thing again. It's not happening.
Yeah, the best.
I guess, whatever. So,
So can you
thank you,
hear me?
Melody.
Can you hear me clearly? Everything is fine, right? I just want to check all that. Ah, okay.
So, Melody, you want to start giving a brief introduction and what you're going to speak about, and just,
Okay, so should I just start? I thought 1:45.
yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, I'll wait for,
Let Anil also come in.
yeah.
Vinay, you should just talk a bit about what is Eco Green, how it started, and what are we doing, and then we'll say over to Mel because
You're going
you're going
to
to do
okay.
that.
Hi,
Hi
Anil.
Anil,
Hi, Radha.
good to see you.
I'll introduce what EcoGreen is an initiative by EPS. EPS is a company whose full name is Electronic Payment Systems. It's a green initiative started by this company, and as part of this green initiative, we are trying to organize talks and various other activities under this umbrella. This is the first of our event that we've attempted, and we are very glad and happy that the response has been pretty favorable. People have been really kind and have agreed to come in last minute notices. So, and really speak at length about various subjects and stuff. So Eco Green is basically looking to create more events and more discussions around very pertinent subjects concerning natural farming, eco farming, agroecology, etc. So, so that's the word out. That's the word putting out. And let's see. We wish to conduct more of these seminars, talks, and symposiums, and Zoom is such a fantastic space to do this. We can literally connect anyone from anywhere. So hopefully we want to do more of this. So fingers crossed. Melody, yesterday even Sanjeev spoke
Yes,
for quite
yes.
a bit. He was.
Okay.
Were you there?
No,
Were you there?
I wasn't there yesterday, no.
Went to talk only for 15 minutes, and it went on for an hour. But it was
Okay.
absolutely simple. Yeah, he
Nice.
was. There's no way he was unstoppable.
Yes.
And he connected a lot of things very astutely as well. To give him credit, he connected the forest farms and in a way
Right.
very relevant. Livened up the conversation.
Yeah.
So that was great. So today we are having like an ebb and flow of people coming on to this. So far we have more attendees that we're hoping. Should we wait for some more attendees? Rather, this lady who was there yesterday was asking many questions.
Pushpa?
Right.
It was Chaitanya, Pushpa.
Another thing that we're doing here is recording it live on YouTube, and then later putting that link out for people to see. So that was pretty good. We have an archive of our talks. Melody, if you wish to start, you can do so whenever you're ready.
Okay. Okay, I'll start. So I'm Melody D'Souza. I'm a music teacher and a farmer with a passion for regenerative farming. I also have a background in art and design. So my idea of regenerative farming is creating abundance using natural ecosystems. And my journey as a farmer started as a farmhand in a 28-acre community, what you could call a CSA, a community supported agricultural farm in Pennsylvania, United States. So I worked as a farmhand there for about 3 years, and learned really all there is to know about organic farming. And I continued to gain some insights by doing the permaculture design course, as well as interning at Navdanya Bija Vidya Peeth, which is a startup by Mrs. Vandana Shiva. And I did the biodynamics agricultural course in Kodaikanal. So in my methods, I use kind of a mix of all three. Um, so I use permaculture in terms of shaping the land and designing it in a way the shape of the land would be. And biodynamics, I would bring in the healing cosmic energies, and creating these lovely potions that can benefit the fertility of the land. And also natural farming, which is again a series of concoctions that you can add to the soil to increase fertility. So even before even started agriculture or farming, while I was doing that, I was also studying science and mainly ecology, which was I was really passionate about. And I noticed this kind of divide between the wild, or so-called uncultivated, and the cultivated, and that's where man comes. And there's always this kind of war happening against the wild, or the wild against the cultivated. So I feel like farming is going towards that space, which is trying to find that sweet spot somewhere in the middle where we can all kind of coexist in harmony, where we can include a little bit of the wild and a little bit of the cultivated, and we both can we can learn from each other how to how to survive holistically. So that's where ecology plays a great role. Looking at natural ecosystems, that has really been a learning for me. So even if you look at the wild, or the farm, it's not only man that farms or cultivates. You look at other species as well, cows, herbivores, or even ants. They're all kind of doing some form of gardening or farming that adds to the fertility of the soil. Chickens do their thing, pecking around and putting their matter into the soil. All kinds of birds do that, as are small rodents and insects, and you name it, the whole host of species um, adds to the fertility and the farming, so-called farming of the land. So currently I'm working on a 2.5-acre space in Mulshi Ahirwadi, which is somewhere between Lonavala and Pune. We receive a lot of rain there. And the shape of the land is such that we are on a plateau, so to speak, and there are three kind of hills going down. One is really steep, and one is kind of like a gentle slope going down into flat land, which is beyond our uh, uh, plot. So the first thing I noticed was that there was a lot of definitely a lot of erosion happening during the rains, and the first thing I was told was this land is barren, nothing can grow on it. In fact, I was told it is cursed. So I said, "Oh, I have a challenge now." And these are the projects that really get me going. I said, "Okay, I have an opportunity to transform not only the land, but the view that the people have around about what it is to be barren or not barren, or what is abundance." So I was really excited with that, and because only really man sees scarcity. There is no scarcity in nature. Nature only knows abundance. Even we might look like, oh, there's nothing growing down there, but there's always something there that we don't see as useful to us. Um, a lot of weeds and tiny plants and things that we would not even batter an eyelid. They are sources of food, and they were once sources of food, which we have just forgotten to include in our diet, which is why we are going through so much of um, disease and illnesses. A lot of that has to do with the imbalance between the five elements. And namely, what are the five elements? Space, wind, and Anil, and sorry to chime in, my client has joined us as well. So Anil, if you have something to add, please do add and chime in if you have something to say. Um, okay, so you have the five elements. So you have the space, you have air, and earth, water, and am I missing something? Fire, right? So the space is where all of this magic happens, right? It's the space that contains all of the other elements. And then you have air, which is all these lovely interaction of gases, the movement of those gases through that space. And then you have earth, which is really the soil. And so you have the soil. And then you have fire. Fire, what would be considered as fire? So it's the heat that is generated by all the living organisms, by just living and being themselves. That is the fire that helps digest and create that abundance. And of course, there's water, without which nothing else would grow. We need water for those nutrients to flow between all these organisms and all these lovely elements. So similarly, when those five elements are disrupted in man, we have illnesses as well of different kinds. And similarly, we're bringing on our own illnesses onto the land as well and creating dysfunction there. So the first thing that I did on the land was just observe what is actually going on. And I noticed there were just two species that were having a really fun time there. No one else was there, but just crabs and termites. And if you look at the behavior of a crab and termite, it's like one lives where there's water, and termites are always dry. So definitely there is water for sure, and there's also dry land. And the termites are there because the top soil, there was really no topsoil, just this hard concrete kind of subsoil. And then you would have these crabs that would suddenly just pop out and say hello and then go back into their hole. So they were definitely creating these channels right from the top of the soil all the way down into the subsoil. Also, I noticed that everything was really bare. Definitely, that was not nature's way. So what we noticed was that during the months between December and February, there was the annual burning that would occur where all of the grass was regularly burnt. I said, there you go. There is no organic matter. Yes, that goes back into the soil. So guess what the termites are eating? They're eating everything. And termites are known to just break down organic matter. They are the best so-called shredders of organic matter. So anything that was planted was quickly eaten by the by the termites because there was literally nothing else. Everything was always burned. So I said, there you go. So looking at all of that, I spoke to Anil and I said, okay, so here's what we're going to do. There's going to be a 5-year plan of creating a food forest which would sustain food, craft, and medicine. That creates a holistic living. Eventually, he saw himself wanting to live on the farm eventually. So, so we started with just having consumption for home in the beginning, and and slowly we are looking at the abundance that we're receiving right now. We're slowly changing that. So, so before we, so the first thing that I did was I created this lovely plan, and I spoke to Anil and I said, first, before I even start to feed you, I will feed the water table. After I feed the water table, I will feed the soil in terms of the organic matter. And then I will feed the soil organisms in the soil, all the tiny microorganisms, the fungi and interaction of fungi and bacteria. Then I will be feeding the insects and small animals that are moving around there, small birds, all of that. And then the bigger animals. And then finally I will feed you. And that took that he was quite taken aback. He's like, oh my God, will I ever get to eat in my lifetime? How long is this forest going to take? So, so that's where finding that sweet spot comes. We're not looking to create like, okay, waiting for that huge canopy to occur, and okay, that's when we're going to get abundance. It is the journey from getting from creating that bare soil towards that forest, and it's that sweet spot in between that creates that what we call edge ecology in permaculture, that sweet spot where you'll have tomatoes, a lot of interaction of different species happening at the same time, and that's where the magic happens. So that's how we began. So to start feeding the water table and containing all that lovely rain that we would keep getting throughout the monsoon season, I started shaping the land using contour bunding along with the shape of the land. And we created 2 ponds, one kind of deep called an infiltration pond where the water just keeps going down and feeding the ground. And then we have another pond right next to it. So if this pond gets filled up, the excess of that water would go down to the other pond, and then the excess would flow out. But keeping the soil, but letting the water pass by, because there was no way we could actually contain all of the water. Some we have to let some of the, because the intensity and the force with which the water would come during the monsoon, there is just no way to contain it all. So we did trenching, contour trenching, and the ponds all along, even on the steep slopes as well as the gentle slope. The gentle slopes had more spacing between the bunds, and the steeper slopes had it a little shorter since the water comes in really quickly. So the whole idea is to slow the path of the water. And we created the trench, and then whatever was dug out of the trench was put onto the lower side of the slope out here. So, and on that we planted tur dal and what's that? The drumsticks, a whole host of indigenous trees, quick growing leguminous trees that will fix nitrogen naturally. And we added a lot of lemongrass. We have a farm of lemongrass now. I started with just 5 of these bunches of lemongrass starts, and now we have 100. So the lemongrass really helps to hold the soil, which is what was really needed on that land, to hold the soil and not let it all wash away. So that's what we did to start the water table. And what I noticed was the next year, the color of the grass that was growing was different. It was much greener and taller, which means the roots were definitely going deeper. And definitely the nutrients that they were breaking the concrete like structure that was forming with that hard pan of the subsoil. So that was a very good sign. And after the rains, we made sure we let the grass grow tall as possible, even give some seeds. There were a whole host of um, wild, or rather weeds, what we call weeds, which we cannot eat, but really any forest dweller would know what those weeds are. So I let everything grow, and then once it reached maturity, it kept giving seeds. We just chopped everything down and just left it on the land, kind of like your hair on your skin, right? The more you keep ripping it off, the more you really can't feel. It's the hair on your skin that helps you feel touch, really. So similarly on the land, you need that cover on the land. So we kept, till now, we keep chopping the soil and leaving it on the ground. And that really brought a change to the soil ecology. We started noticing tiny insects coming in and lizards. We never saw these garden lizards were all over the place, and the birds were hanging out much longer, and obviously doing their whole thing. There's also this wild chicken called the kukur komri or quails. So we would hear their sounds all over the place, and that was such a joy. And we have a whole host of uh, what did you say, those peacocks all over the place. So so that was good. So that came around the second year. It was quite quickly actually. Nature responded very quickly. And the we noticed though the trees were still kind of not growing that well, and we said, hey, we definitely don't have any big animals, so we got in touch with and the what's that the we brought in cow dung from the neighboring farms so that we could put an injection of fertility in there. So that's what we started in the third year. And of course, the layering of that organic matter constantly has really started to enrich the soil now. And as we started living on the land much more, earlier we used to just live in tents, and we had a tiny little shack, and we could maybe stay for the weekend and then head back. But now, once the house was built, we were able to stay much longer, and we started. And since we were staying longer, we were cooking much more. So we would keep throwing all our waste into this lovely circle kitchen garden, which has now become our mandala garden around this lovely tree. And so this started happening right before COVID actually happened. So we said, okay, we've not created our compost pits. I said, just, dig up the space in there and we'll just put the food matter. It's going to disintegrate and go into the soil anyways. So we did all of that, and we had also we had started to set up our drip line irrigation system as well. So we set up our drip line irrigation and we left all that compost in there. And then COVID happened and we could not go back to the land for quite some time. And suddenly we're getting these pictures from our caretaker that there are tomatoes growing and pumpkins and watermelons and muskmelons. And I'm like, we did not plant all that. And he kept sending us all these lovely pictures. And she's like, it just happened from the compost that we threw, the seeds that we threw using the compost. And that really was a sign from nature saying that I am ready. I am ready now to give back or to give back that abundance. And looking at that sign right now, we are taking the same structure that we created in that tiny space around that tree, which we're now implementing in our trenches. And I have created an entire plan to create a companion planting. So we're not having a whole host of just rows of just one plant, but a mixture of companion plants. And yeah, we're noticing the results are slow, but they are definitely there. So far, we are harvesting our first lot of strawberries. We've harvested a lot of pumpkins and mulberries, and though a lot of it is eaten by the birds, but that's okay. And yeah, so we are in our 4th year and we're slowly getting there. We're taking it slow, but we're getting there. Anil, you have something to say something about it?
Just a small thing. I would love to see
Yeah.
those pictures.
Yes, Anil has the pictures actually, so he's going to bring it in.
Over to you, Anil, please.
Yeah, so before I show you the pictures, Vinay, I must tell you that for the past 3 years, we've just thought that Melody is a mad girl. Because yeah, it's actually what she said. So she said in the beginning, she said, I need 5 years. And we're just looking at her and how long does it take to grow vegetables and fruits? I mean, come on, we'll get you the saplings and we'll get you what is needed. And every time one little thing would grow, we would get excited and we'd say, okay, there's more to come. And every time we would go to the farm, we'd be looking forward to the plants growing well and healthy and seeing flowers and then vegetables on top. And Melody would be looking at the ground. So she'd also layered the land with all the grass that we cut over there. She just layered it for mulching. And she'd be lifting that up, and she'd be jumping with joy upon seeing a caterpillar here or a lizard there, and we just thought she'd lost it. So, I mean, of course, we're now seeing the effects of all that. So, I'm just gonna let me just see how I can. Yeah. So this is before, this is right after she did the work of the contour bunding. Till then, this land, the first time I saw this place, it just had grass. It has carvi, it has a bunch of cashew trees, and that's about it. And the villagers there always thought that nothing can grow over here. So this is the first thing that she did over there. Okay, I don't have a great picture here, but this is when the water filled in, and then we saw.
Open the picture. It's a small picture. Can you just click on it? Show us the picture. Click on it. Double click.
Wait. Okay, I don't think it's getting bigger than that. But okay, I'll show you the other ones. So this is the initial. This is the main area that she's talking about. This is the farm pond that she created. So she just had it dug out, and this again was a process because we had the wall breakdown because the rainfall was much more than we expected. She broke our backs one trip to getting us to plant khas saplings all around so that it would hold on to the soil. And all these things were that we said, okay, you made a wall. What more do you need to do? She said, no, it'll break, and it actually did because some parts did not do well. So then she had the stonework done over there. Sorry, I've got a bad picture here. So this again is something where this is one of the circles that she's talking about, the vegetable patch. Now this is where the house was built, and the workers, being very good workers, very efficient workers, they had cement dumped all over the place. So their focus was just to build a house and go away. So all we did, Melody said, just get the cement dug up. We just got the cement dug up, and we actually carted sugarcane husk and banana peels from Bombay. Just dumped it there on the soil. We added some soil over there because the level had gone down, and just layered it with hay. And this was left for a few months, and along with that, like Mel said, she just kept adding the kitchen waste over there. So that is when uh, yeah, so that is when all these things started growing. The drip was added later, but even before that, so on here you will see this lovely Loki ka patch that we got. These are the pictures that our caretakers were sending us in May, saying, "Hey, we didn't plant these, but these are growing." And for 2 months, for April and May, our caretaker said that, "Look, we've survived on the vegetables from this little patch." It's fed their entire household because there were tomatoes growing, there were chilies growing, there were brinjals growing. So then later we got all this work done on the drip added to it. You will see this little tree here, this one here, they become bigger now. These are mango trees which have just come because we were good children. We ate our mangoes and we just threw the seeds over there, and they just did their stuff. You'll see a banana here. I've not been able to add the latest picture, but sorry, a papaya, and it is huge now. It's got loads of fruits, and it's the interesting thing we're seeing is that the fruits are just taking time to ripen because they're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Every time we think, okay, next trip we should be able to harvest them, we'll see them yellow, they just grow bigger. So by the time the pumpkin that we harvested are actually huge. So the fruits are also growing really well over there. So this is what then Mel got done over there because everything was going a little wild. So just got this pathway created so that we would have some space to walk around.
And could you enlarge these pictures?
Sorry?
So, can you enlarge them? As in, can you double click in?
This
These are like thumbnails. I'm particularly interested in seeing the vegetable patch, the circular one, 9 and 10. That is, if you've reached there.
this one? This is this
Starting from 6, 7,
Yeah.
9, 10.
yeah. So,
Vinay, I have a suggestion too. Let's see if we can open, or you should visit their farm.
yeah, that would be a better way to actually see it. Okay, let me just run you through everything quickly first. So, yeah, so there's been a lot of reuse because we had this cyclone coming in June. So one of our rooms has Malabar tiles on it. So the cyclone, being a good child, broke a bunch of the tiles. So then we just had them dumped in the corner. So that is what Mel used to create the pathway over here. This is a spiral pathway that she created. We also we also planted a lot of flowers all around. She specifically wanted Jamaican spy just to attract butterflies, and I'm a Marwari, so I work a lot on cost. So I was very careful about that. So I did something very simple. I just got friends over there. I said, "Hey, come, let's go for a weekend holiday." And once they were there, they were trapped. All we did was give them food, and then we made them work. So all the planting a lot of the planting that you see was done by them. This is what it actually looked like, that flower patch, and this is what it was like in June. Today it is overloaded with flowers. It's just brimming. I don't have a latest pic, so I'm sorry I can't show that to you. Yeah, this is one of our most wonderful laborers over there. He's what, 9 years old now? He's been working there for the last 4 years. He's actually the son of our architect, so every time he visits, we make him do some work over there. this is one thing that Mel started last year. So at that time also I had no idea why she was doing it. So most of the time, so when Mel said she explained all this to me, that is not correct. So she basically said, okay, we are doing this, and we just followed her. And then along the way, she explained things. She said, okay, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing. She would actually do it and then show it to us, saying that, look, this is what I've done. So this she started. She said, we will not. We need to create a nursery, so we will not use these plastic bags. She got jute material. She got. She sat and stitched some of them. Got a caretaker to stitch. So now what she's doing is planting a mix of compost and cow dung and soil, putting them in the bags and planting the seeds in here. So our logic was again very simple, that look, if you put them in a plastic bag, the roots will grow within that bag, they will grow upwards, and they will not get the space to move out, and they will retain that memory when you plant them in the soil. So here it becomes easy, we just plant them directly into the soil, and we're not disturbing the root structure. Yeah, this is just some of the produce that we got over there. A lot of it was unplanned. This was planned though. This lovely pumpkin. This was a sweet potato that we just left it for a long time, and we let it grow till we finally harvested, and it ended up being a nice big size. And now, of course, we planted a bunch of different vegetables, different varieties. So here you will see, this is again, so what she's also done is to help the soil. Actually, I took out a pic, Mel. I've not been able to, I don't think I did here. So she also made a bunch of different mixes. She made Jivamrit, she made Bijamrit to just fertilize the soil even more. And we had a problem with pests in some parts, so she just made neem aster, sprayed it, and in I think 2 weeks we saw that it was basil, and it had become really healthy. So here the marigolds that she's planted were just for that, just to attract pests so that our vegetables would be fine. This is something we just experimented with over there. We actually literally just dug up, because the weather is very similar to what you have in Mahabaleshwar. So we actually just dug up the soil in one part, added cow dung to it, got some saplings from Mahabaleshwar, and planted our strawberries. And they actually grew. And we actually got a good harvest last time. So it's actually been a lot of fun. It's been great, this entire journey. So it's been a lot of patience, it's been a lot of learning, it's been a lot of living along with nature. And okay, I'm sorry, I forgot to add one more thing. This is what we did. Yeah, so 2 weekends ago, what we also did, so there the local villagers, they just grow rice, and there are few people with some water. We get about 5,000 millimeters on an average year, and 2 years ago we got over 9,000 millimeters of rain, but they don't store the water. There is Mulshi Dam close by, they just use that for water, or they literally call for tankers. And they just grow rice, and the ones with a little bit of water, they grow some vegetables, and they actually buy the rest of the stuff. And they have a lot of snakes over there, with reason, because there are a lot of rats and a whole bunch of other insects, a whole bunch of other creatures. So their policy is very simple: you see a snake, you kill it. So we've been talking about it for over 1.5 years, and then finally we managed to get these people, the group of 4 people who work with rescuing animals with, and a lot with snakes. So they just came there, they gave a full presentation on snakes and how they actually help the farmers. So a lot of them attended, and I spoke to a few of them later, the following weekend and the weekend after, and they were really happy with it, because they realized that the snakes are there to help them, to work with them in the farm, and they aren't against them. So the process has been not just about us growing vegetables, it's been us about creating an environment, about us convincing the villagers because some of them have started following in Melody's footsteps. One of them actually said कि हाँ Melody madam कहीं भी कुछ भी उठा सकती है. So it's not just about us growing things for ourselves. It's also a deep set desire was also to help the villagers become independent. When they have everything, why would they go out for resources? So for them to grow their own stuff, and that is slowly happening. So Vinay, I'm done. If you have any questions or if there are any parts that you want me to, any questions you'd like us to answer, we can do that.
To stop right now. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, yep.
Yes, yes.
We can hear you, Vinay.
You have managed.
think-
Can you guys hear me at all? Can you?
Vinay, you're very clear.
There's some network issue at his end, I think. He was more curious to see pictures. I had all the pictures which I clicked in the farm. I sent him few pictures.
I didn't know how much to share, so I just picked a few.
Okay, okay. Vinay, can you hear us? You there? I don't know. Maybe some. Yeah, he's back.
Great stuff. It's fantastic to see a piece of land which was considered barren, and you even venture out to start work on it. That itself is courageous. To start from nothing, literally, and to transform it to the way it is. I wish I could see those pictures. They were somehow I couldn't see them in properly, but it looked like his story was really amazing to see. The change that you've brought about and the kind of work that's been happening on farms, especially. And this is something which has come up through the conversations even yesterday. The importance of growing forests around farms, the stress about having to maintain that balance because somewhere a lot of forest land has got cleared, for agriculture, and more we see that the coexistence of forests along with farmlands is so so beneficial in many ways. So thank you, Melody. Thank you, Anil. Thank you for this wonderful piece of this nice little nugget of information and good stuff that you got to see. It's very inspiring. I feel like now I should buy a piece of land and start doing something.
Of
And I
course.
feel be worried if it's barren. I guess a barren land offers a lot of opportunities. Because some weeks ago, with a friend who was very keen to buy a plot of land, we had traveled and the guy was saying, "यहाँ तो सब बंजर ज़मीन है, यहाँ तो सब बंजर ज़मीन है." And we actually just like walked away from it. But since yesterday, and this is a few days, I even just the day before yesterday, I was at Vrindavan Farms, Gayatri Bhatia. She was also talking about some of the spaces and how they've transformed it. Especially the water table is very low in that area, and how they have managed to transform is just amazing. So I guess a lot of patience, a lot of faith in the land and in nature that she will regenerate herself. I think is fantastic, and that's a sure thing to look ahead and go and get into.
Vinay, I just want to say one thing that it sounds very nice and all that, but it started with a very selfish motive. I just wanted to grow vegetables properly, naturally, without adding chemicals to it for myself. And the only thing that I added to it was a fair bit of patience. Ki, okay, I will do it in this manner. I'm in no hurry to do it. But like Mel said, there is so much abundance coming out from the land. There is so much more that we're getting back. But initially, that it wasn't the thought that we wanted at least it wasn't my thought that I wanted to create this space for the good of the world. It began with a simple thought that I wanted to grow vegetables in the manner Mother Nature has created them and grown them. And but it's actually given us a lot more than what we asked for or what we put in.
Let's all admit, man is selfish and it's working in some ways where we can really harness it in the right direction. If we start growing good food for us, and it's a good way to start. And I'm sure the effort to get it to where it is right now must have been mammoth. The time that you guys have spent, the frequent trips, and all the effort. Somehow, while seeing the pictures and listening to your talk, it sounds really well worth it. I'm sure the effort must have been crazy, but it's paying off really well. Congratulations, Mel. I mean,
Thank you. Thank you, Vinay.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Anil. Thank you, Melody.
yeah, please stick around. There are lots of interesting speakers getting on this session, this afternoon session. We had a couple of interruptions in the middle, but now I think we're hoping we have a our next speaker is Anant Krishna. Anant is going to speak about farm extensions and technology. By extension, he refers to farmer awareness, education, outreach, advisory, and all sorts of technology transfer programs and activities. It is largely to, he's also set up an app called Shekru, which he will speak about. One of his, the important factors behind this was to also understand agroecology philosophy, and how we can adopt it and create an impact. And the second part of the talk would deal with technology. So over to you, Anand. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you can hear us and please join in.
Thanks, Vinay. Just a sound check. Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
All right.
Here.
All right. So I'm going to share my slide that I put together. It's just 8 slides. I'll go through it. Can you see my slides? Vinay, can you see my slides?
Yeah, I can see your slide.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. So thank you, Vinay. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about 2 of my favorite topics and the work we do in both these topics. And how is it relevant to natural farming and agroecology in the larger sense? Both what agriculture extension out there is at the moment, what the present setup is. If we want to achieve like a systemic impact, take this message of natural farming to a larger audience and to all the existing setup and various stakeholders that are involved, we need to know how it works at the moment. And then technology, I'm just going to give a very broad overview of what, technology, both software and hardware, that, can impact natural farming ahead, both individually for farmers and farmer entrepreneurs who want to sell their natural farming produce to the markets out there or to reach to consumers directly. So to introduce briefly myself, my name is Anant Krishna. Our initiative is Shekru Foundation. Our audience is farmers of Maharashtra. We fill the gaps in agriculture extension. I'll talk about what agriculture extension is. Basically, the information that is not reaching the farmers and in both in context and timeliness. And we, to say it in more simpler terms, help farmers also with digital literacy, tech literacy, and financial literacy. We are Shekru Foundation. My name is Anant again. So what is meant by agriculture extension? Agriculture extension is a broad word that is technically used in this field. It covers basically information dissemination, all kinds of information to farmers from various stakeholders. And we'll look at who are all the stakeholders in a minute. But what is this information? Information on seed varieties, on plantation and cultivation practices, nutrition, pest treatments, intercropping, mixed cropping. There's a lot of technical information that goes from these stakeholders to farmers. Also, there is information on subsidies, schemes, government programs, of which there are many, both by central and state governments, and that is also disseminated through extension programs. Then there is tech transfer. There is, seeds that are, there is storage technology, there is, drying technology. There's all kinds of technologies that the government institutions and various other stakeholders are involved. How do you get this tech in the hands of the farmer? How do you get this tech in the hands of an entrepreneur who's working with farmers or organizations? So that element is a big aspect of agriculture extension. Of course, teaching and training goes along with dissemination in the form of skill building. Like, how do you do the right plantation? Take from a nursery a seedling, and how do you plant it in what distances? So there's all sorts of training and teaching that happens. And then there is the participatory kind, where there are field schools where farmers gather together in groups. They do small experiments, and they observe what happens, and then they analyze and discuss. So it's more like an experiential learning, farmer to farmer means of exchange, information exchange. And then there are advisories, which are coming from various stakeholders out there. Take an example: if a storm is coming, then what do you do with your crop? Either you do something preventive, or you protect it through some means. If there's a pest attack nearby you, what do you do to safeguard your crop against that pest? Or if there's a disease that is spreading like a virus, we have seen with corona in animals and crops, there's a lot of viruses and bacteria that have been going around for a while. So what do farmers do? So all this comes under agriculture extension, and various stakeholders are involved in the process of disseminating this. So who are all the stakeholders? The government is a big stakeholder. And I won't go through the entire list, but I've just given some examples of them. There are, of course, the government departments. There's Rural Livelihood Mission. There is Indian Agriculture Research Institutions, and there are 200 of them across the country. Some of them, what I've listed, are in Maharashtra nearby. There are the boards like the Spice Board, the Coconut Board. All these are stakeholders, and all these guys are doing extension in their own way, in their own manner, in their own specific crops and focus areas. Couple of more important stakeholders, say, are Krishi Vigyan Kendras. They are called KVKs. They are there in each district, and in some districts, more of them are there, and they've been given very specific areas to work with. And all of them have captive audiences of farmers, more than 10 to 20,000 farmers that come to their events, listen to their scientists. They get all sorts of advisories and all that. So these are very, very, very important stakeholders on the ground. Krishi Vigyan Kendras are also private and a PPP mode working with the government. So there are the government Krishi Vigyan Kendras, then there are the private government, stakeholding Krishi Vigyan Kendras. And they're there in every district, and they are very active. Of course, they could be better, but they also have a very captive audience and play a very influential role in agriculture extension. Apart from the government, there are, of course, the NGOs. There are, companies, all kinds of companies doing everything from inputs to post-harvest to logistics and everything. Then there are entrepreneurs, farmer association, crop groups like, Custard Apple Farmers Association, Custard Apple Traders Association. So those are influential parties. The retailers are big stakeholders, because a lot of farmers come to retailers and say, I've got this disease, what do I do? And, they sell them some products. And farmers, of course, but I have separated them into, by gender, because women farmers don't get, the extension that is done in very traditional ways, and a lot of them, it's inaccessible for them, or it's not kept with them as in mind. And women do most of the farm work out there. 90% of the work in the farm is done by women. So we are seeing a big gap out there, that the information that needs to go doesn't go to who is actually doing it. Tenant farmers that don't have land on their name, and they work in some other fields on contract basis or whatever arrangements they have. There are a big chunk of them that they are missing out on a lot of government programs just because they don't have land as a collateral. Farm laborers form a very, very important constituent, and most of the programs that need to benefit this sector of population doesn't reach them. Of course, consumers, and then there are the farming gurus, personalities out there who have, their philosophies in all sorts of farming, either from, expensive, hydroponics, things very specialized, or everybody from natural farming like Subhash Palekar, Bhaskar Save, all these farming gurus that have, come through are around. And of course, there are media influencers that influence both the consumers and the farmers as well towards products and services. So these, the broad spectrum of stakeholders. It is good to know who is doing what when we want to, focus our attention on natural farming through these people. And very quick look at the government department. It's very, very structured. There is, people at the district level, at the taluka level, at the circle level, at the village level, at the panchayat level, at the Zilla Parishad level. And it is for livestock, it is for fisheries, it is for sericulture. And then there are, the banks have their own, representatives. And all these are very, very important stakeholders because these guys are, putting out the messaging in agriculture out there. And we need to know this setup because if we want to influence these people, we need to know who they are. Vinay, am I doing okay? All right. So this is, this might seem quite obvious, but these are the extension mediums. Traditionally, we've had, Kisan Melas, on-ground sessions and everything, and then there's traditional media like newspaper, magazines. Community radio is pretty huge. It was out there where, very, very localized form of extension, 20-kilometer radius. There are some awesome community radio stations across the state, and they're doing wonderful work because they're in that language, local dialects, and they know the local problems, and they can address that through various means like skits and, songs and poems and all that. And it's quite rich because we have worked with some of them. Unfortunately, the viability model of a community radio is, now getting tough. So we might see them gradually evolve into some online medium. Because they find it hard to survive. And then, of course, traditional media. IVR is big when there are no smartphones, so people can call into a number, hear a recording, say if I have a problem in, some pest attack has come, I call this helpline and there's a, recorded message playing what I should do. This is all for the people who have dumb phones. And, so we have, solutions that work for those segment of population that don't have smartphones, that don't have internet, that can, through SMS or missed calls or IVR. And of course, now social media is huge. Smartphone penetration has increased big time. Broadband penetration has increased big time. So there's a host of farmers that are on WhatsApp, Facebook, and YouTube. And you would say that predominantly everybody is on Facebook and everybody is on YouTube. And YouTube has become quite big as far as a medium is concerned. Some observations from my experience so far, and these are important because we want to take this population towards more a natural, organic, bio agriculture. And so these observations and these stakeholders is important to know what is going on out there. All these guys pretty much is chemical farming, so the advice is spray, spray, and spray. And if you listen to their sessions, or if we do quite a bit of them, most of it is spray, spray, spray with all the toxic chemicals out there. And some of it you can justify by saying that the farmer has a problem, he or she has to deal with it, because or else it'll be a crop loss. So they may not have any option because it's instant, treatment, instant. They need to save their crop and save their income in their manner. So they don't have a choice. But a lot of this advice of spray, spray, spray is quite sad and depressing because it does involve an inordinate amount of toxic crap that is going in our soil. So this is quite, prevalent out there about spraying and spraying and spraying and spraying your way out of a problem, or being preventive sprays as well. And it is pretty staggering out there. Now, about advice, there are also some facets to this advice. The advice, even with all these platforms, a lot of time is not timely. The farmer doesn't know if a storm, with climate change, there are local storms that happen. Climate varies very dramatically. So they don't get to hear something happened. And, the advice, whatever they get is much later than that event has already happened and gone. So there's a lack of timely advice. There is biased advice. Say I'm selling you some chemical. I will tell you that, this chemical is the best chemical for you. this is the best treatment for you, right? So that's biased advice you get, and this is quite out there because everybody's trying to sell something, so they have an agenda. Then there is incorrect advice. The farmer puts a photograph saying, I've got this problem in my field, and people on social media, Facebook list a bunch of things he needs to do, and he's confused, he's overwhelmed. There's who knows how that advice, who knows who's giving that advice. But it's out there. This is happening right now. All this is going on as I tell you. There's also lack of compliance to the advice. A farmer gets advice from a scientist to do ABC. A lot of times he or she doesn't follow that through. Either they forget, or either they're like chalta hai, either they're like, there are different cultural attitudes to this. So this is also seen. Then there is also, like, the storm is coming, so you go do these things, is the advice. But the storm changes track and goes away, and the farmer has done ABC things that were supposed to, deal with that. But the storm didn't come. So there is distrust to the advice given by the farmer. So there's a lot of prevalent attitudes right now that farmers don't trust advice from many institutions or the government or the scientists, because they're like, okay, you told me this rain is going to happen, and it did happen, but I went and sprayed this in anticipation of that, and I lost money and time, and it didn't happen. So I don't trust you anymore. So this is a very, very prevalent attitude out there, that people don't trust the system for weather-based advice, because weather changes so dramatically, and with climate change, we are going to see that ahead. That it is going to be pretty random weather, and how do we keep the trust of the farmer and the institution, of the farmer and the advice provider in a way that is going to get tough. But there are also dubious products. There are fake products out there, and there's plenty. Fake seeds, fake pesticides, fake fertilizers, you name it. Fake feed. We don't even know what is there in the feed for fish, for cows, for poultry. I mean, the lack of enforcement, and the scale of cheating here is just insane. And also the problem is, it is written in very small print if it is there in the packaging and labeling, so nobody can read it, or it's there in the language that the farmer cannot understand. What language? It's English or Hindi. A Marathi farmer may not be able to read that, or is it some other language? So all this is out there. It's quite a wild west when it comes to fake and dubious products. And there have been quite a few recent events that, that like the soybean seeds were given out to farmers and they didn't germinate. So a lot of farmers had issues because they lost their entire schedule of, cropping schedule, because they planted the seeds. They hoped they would germinate, and they did. And it was too late to go get new seeds and plant again. So they lost quite a bit, and a lot of farmers committed suicide. So this is a huge issue out there. Then there is a record keeping by farmer. The farmer is not keeping the record, how much ever we insist that you have to keep a record of when your animal was vaccinated. Say, if I take example of cattle, when your animal was vaccinated, when your animal was in heat, all these things, you have to keep a record if you want to do something systematically. And there's a prevalent cultural behavior out there that record keeping is really, really, we're not able to get them to do it. And even if they do it, they don't keep it in a proper manner. So it is very hard to see a record and then give advice based on that. And this is important as we go ahead for, markets, because markets are saying, we want you to keep record. We want to do traceability. We want to know what has all gone into this crop. If you're going to say certified organic, then you can't use X, Y, Z. So you have to keep record of this. If you're going to say residue free, which is a new thing now, which is, apart from organic, everybody's saying residue free. I don't want any residues. You can use pesticides, but don't leave any residues. And this is a big thing in the market right now. But, if you don't keep records of what gets sprayed, how can you claim anything? So this is, a big thing, big problem out there. The lack of usage of protection gear. Farmers are not using protection for whatever reasons, right? So let me. So all these observations are important when we go and try to spread the, our message of natural, biological, organic farming that we want this population to follow. We have to understand the local cultural attitudes. We want to understand the stakeholders who are working on this and what is going on right now. Right. So how do we tune this for natural farming? So let's understand the landscape and stakeholders. Let's see who are all there out there doing what they're doing. Can we influence them in their messaging in some ways? Can we say that, okay, when you say that you spray this chemical for this pest, can you also say that this is a natural option you can think about? This is an organic option you can think about. If we influence people in that manner, we can take them along the path where we want them to go for natural farming, for agroecology. So we have to start influencing all the key stakeholders in these messaging things, however small it may be. We cannot, obviously influence them overnight to all switch to organic farming or natural farming. It's not going to happen. It just won't happen because the mindsets are very well set. And there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of agenda from different stakeholders to keep people away from that for obvious reasons. So how do we create a systemic influence to take people along our path of natural farming and agroecology? How do we do small things for each stakeholder that may send them along our path, right? So an example is, Center for Sustainable Agriculture in Hyderabad has created this app called Pestosto. It's got all organic options for pest diseases and deficiencies, which is pretty neat, right? There is this entity called Dr. Surinder Dalal Keat Sakshita Mission that says that, insects, there are a lot of friendly insects. Use those insects to feed on the insects that you don't want. There's a natural biological, natural way it has been intended that there'll be good insects and bad insects. You use them against each other, right, to solve your problems.
Mm.
The other issue is like extension. Extension is in English. We see this often. Most of these stakeholders are doing in English. Okay, farmers not going to know English. The slide is in English.
Right.
So it's a big gap out there that we have to do vernacular languages to reach that population. And
Yeah.
then partnerships with like-minded stakeholders for scaling impact. 5 NGOs are working together. Okay, let's create a partnership of them. How can we share knowledge bases, right? So, can it be based on crop value chain? This is what you're going to see a lot, value chain. Basically, you take a specific crop like tomato. So we look tomato from end to end, like from the seed to the plate, right? Who are all the stakeholders? What are the stages it passes? Tomato seed to tomato in the plate, right? So every stakeholder involved in the value chain of tomato, can we look at that and impact it in that manner towards a more sustainable way, towards a more natural way, towards a more organic way? Then a regional focus. So we are focused only in Maharashtra. So we would like to know all the stakeholders and NGOs who are involved with natural farming. And we want to make sure we are in close contact with them so we can push our agenda, which is natural farming, within all these stakeholders by taking the learnings of everybody and sharing them among each other, right? And we have to create these repositories for that. Right now, it is all scattered. There is no central repository. There is no central map of this NGO is working in this chain or this region, in natural farming. So let me find out who are all working in natural farming in tomato, for example. Like I said, the crop value chain focus, or who are all working in tomato in Maharashtra. Right, tomato is a big crop in Maharashtra. So who is all working with tomato value chain very, very specifically, only in Maharashtra, right? Or who is working in post-harvest losses of tomato? Like, how do we store tomatoes? How do we dry tomatoes? How we primary processing of tomatoes? What is the cold storage required? All those things. So capability focus is another focus, right? And then how can we bring agroecology and sustainable aspects to that? Right. So all this is a very systemic level of dialogue. This whole, focus what I've had is a very systemic level, and hopefully, through these slides, I've given an idea about the landscape of different stakeholders in the government, and just some ideas on my observations, what are out there, and what we can do to, create our little impacts, slow impacts, small steps, baby steps towards taking everybody to natural farm.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
So I'll switch gears here and just, one slide on technology. I didn't put too much because I didn't want to overload, but just one slide looking at the software aspect of it and the hardware aspect of it. In software, like I said, record keeping is a big want for a lot of stakeholders. Farmers also need to keep a record. People who buy from them also want to keep a record of where the seed was purchased, what all went into seed treatment, to what all practices did you follow when you grew the crop, when are you going to harvest that, when is it going to come into the next step in the market, right? So record keeping has become very vital. So what software can we use? And even for natural farmers, this is very important. because they have to keep a record of how they're going to do everything. So there are software for that. Then there is, you have your customers. If you're going to do direct selling, then you have to manage your customers. You have to know what all their wants are, and how do you, what is their needs, when do they want what. So that is something called customer relationship management, CRM. And next is communication. How do you communicate? How do you brand your product? Are you going to brand your own individual product? What is there in that? How do you communicate and how do you market? Are you preparing brochures? So there is software required for that. Then how do you keep your financials for legal purposes, for tax, for your tracking? What is the financial software you're using? Then apps, there are many apps out there. Do you need market information? Do you need technical information? How to grow your cauliflower, whatever manner. Then there is documentation of what you're doing, for whatever purpose, either an audio, video, or text. And how are you doing that? What software you're using? So all this is software technology. Okay, this is just a very, very broad overview, and there is very specific tools to do it. People can do basic Excel, basic email, basic, Google-based software or Microsoft, whatever, it doesn't matter. But this categorizing that, you need some systems for these to do it. Okay, even for natural farmers. When you come to hardware, what technology are we looking at for storage? Do you want something which is like, solar-based cold storage or temperature storage, temperature control storage, humidity control storage? There are smaller solutions now to big solutions. There are for small farmers to big farmers. Or are you using traditional means, which is fine, which is also technology. Traditional technology is also there, there's Mitti Cool and all that. You're using very rudimentary ways, some jugaad you have done. So jugaad can also be innovation and technology, right? So storage and cold storage is very key to reduce post-harvest loss. And if you want to get some control on when to sell your produce, you don't want to sell it immediately as you harvest because you may not get the right price. So there is technology involved in that. There is drying. How do you create a solar dryer? Obviously, you can naturally dry, no question about that. But to speed up the process, you can use a solar dryer and concentrated solar dryer. Or there are different models. There are different vendors selling you dryers if you want to go that direction. Then there is packaging and sealing and labeling. All this is how are you going to sell your, products. Be it grains or be it, people want to put it in some package or some box, whether it's recyclable boxes, recyclable materials, whatever. There is technology involved with that if you want to scale it up a little bit. If you're going to do it manually, that's fine. But even for sealing manually, there are some very low-cost machines available. So what is the technology there? So on and so forth. You can look at the list and you can get an idea that there is an element of technology in many facets of agriculture, even for natural farming. Even for water treatment, we may be in a place where the water is quite hard. So do we have some water treatment, RO water or whatever to treat the water? We want to do some technology for water harvesting. Some rudimentary technology, but whatever it is. Drip irrigation is huge to save water. Drip setting for drip system. Maybe it may be expensive for some. But this is a very, very broad overview that a natural farmer also has to think about to adapt to the times, to get efficiencies and to save their time, because they may not have labor for a lot of things. So they might need some mechanization, some tech to aid in that. And to also help with traceability when it comes to software, that I've kept records for everything. I know when I planted, harvested, I know how much yield I got, how much germination rate was for that seed, all those kind of things. Whether it's in text form, video form, audio form, whatever. So this is a very, very broad look at technology for a natural farmer. We'll get specifics into later sessions if you want, but I just wanted to put this out there. That will be in a thought process of natural farmer, because traditionally natural farmers might think, why do I care about this? It's not that. It makes your life more efficient. And if you want to scale up to reach a larger audience, all this might help you in that process. So I'll stop with that, Vinay. I hope I gave a broad overview of both the aspects. I hope that was useful.
You pretty much laid down the scenario. Can you put on your video? We can.
Sure.
Everybody wants to see the face.
Right.
Hey,
So,
I should do that too. But my internet is a little sketchy, so I keep turning off my video now and then.
Right.
Thank you, Krish. Thank you, Anand. You just laid out the whole scenario. While you were speaking of it, you come to realize the mammoth infrastructure that is required to set up for us. I'm sure this is. What I got an understanding, this was at a state level for Maharashtra. Because I think Maharashtra, in terms of a general farming infrastructure, has something going for it as compared to other states. I was in Punjab some years ago. What you spoke about trust, I think that the trust is a big factor there as well, which has actually gone down. I spent time with a few farmers, and they were telling me about how Punjab Agriculture University uh, kind of, I mean, I shouldn't be saying this like that, but they actually spread a lot of misinformation, a lot of misguidance with what kind of trees you need to plant in your farm area. There are these tiny, ugly-looking, pokey trees which don't look, they're not pleasing to the eye in any way. Uh, they do a big job of fixing nitrogen in the soil.
Right.
But there's been some communication that's gone out from the university, and farmers have started uprooting these trees and planting eucalyptus trees instead.
Okay.
And on average, a eucalyptus tree needs 35 liters of groundwater, especially in a place like Punjab, where if you dig at least 350 feet, you're just more sure to find air than any a drop of water. And while you were talking about all of this, I was wondering, the whole country needs this at a massive scale. This sort of an information that's constantly available. We have a hell lot of technologies to find where you are standing at which point and where, on this earth. But we don't have that sort of supportive technology to grow things, to do one of the biggest service to the nation, which is providing it food. And I find technology, and like what you've laid out, it's like largely seems wanting in the rest of the country. I'm sure even in Maharashtra, there's a lot left to desire in terms of the way things are, applied and used. So now I get this. I mean, I'm a beginner in the sense of watching all the backside of the infrastructure side of this, and I can't help but wonder that this is mammoth. The scale of involvement, the influence.
How do we get people to work together is a challenge too, because
Exactly.
we have seen that NGOs don't want to work with each other. NGOs don't want to share their practices. Everybody's busy. Okay, I get it.
Everyone's working in silos.
Everybody's silos. Okay, you can't get their time. Okay, so so how do we do this? Because a lot of people are territorial, a lot of people are secret. Their priority is not sharing, and then they go to podiums and say we need to share everything, but you're not around when we call you. So I mean, I don't know. I really don't know, but we need to do it at a systemic level to achieve impact. We can be doing it at a little level, at all of us doing little things,
Right.
But how do we get the big infrastructure guys to do this as well?
Yes. I mean, the need to.
So do the corporates or someone come into picture, because there's a lot of work, as Vinay says.
Yeah, corporates can come. It's like what is their agenda, right? I mean, there is a level of distrust. Okay, if a input selling company with sell fertilizers come, they have an agenda, right? So how do we say that? Okay, I can really go along with you because you obviously don't have an agenda to sell more of your products, and that is why you're taking everybody along to that direction. So that is a challenge. Corporates play a big role. I am not anti-corporate by any stretch of imagination. I think they will also realize that it's in their best interest, and that is why a lot of messaging now is coming out on sustainable agriculture, on water precious agriculture and all that, because they realize that they are also going to get hit in the long run.
Right.
But I am also very critical of the social sector, because I have spent 15 years in this sector, and I just find the cooperation lacking. Everybody goes to the podium and says we need to share, but when it comes to doing it, people don't. And there's a lot of issues involved there. There is ego issues, there's cultural issues, there is communication issues, there is territory issues that don't come into my territory, or you're going to take away my this. I cannot share my farmers with you. All these issues are there, very, very prevalent. And there's complete lack of professionalism. I mean, there is very personality dependent organizations and NGOs that are very, very egotistical. I'm sorry to say that, but this is my experience over the last 5 years, and it's just maddening. I mean, I expect government to have a set of bureaucracy, and I go with that expectation that it is going to be slow, and I'm going to work with people that may have different whatever they have busy in their life. But to see that in NGO and the social sector is maddening, disappointing, depressing. Okay, it is very, very disappointing. So I mean, I want to get that rant out because I mean, I have faced that.
Yeah. How you deal with the with such scenarios of non-cooperation, of ego hassles, of just an overlaying air of insecurity? How do you cut through this?
Well, it made me quit almost. I mean, I've thought about quitting, and I think younger people might have quit. I don't know whether it's patience I've developed newly, to deal with it. Maybe
Yeah.
the bureaucracy has made me more patient to deal with it because government bureaucracy is there and they have their own this, and we are handholding them. They're well-meaning people there. I don't mean to criticize the government in any manner. I think the people are well-meaning in general. But when it comes to actually doing it, there are a lot of people talking, and that's why even I'm against the activists as well. I feel that a lot of young people are being brainwashed into activism. There are not enough people doing things. There are not enough people writing policy. We need people to write policy, read policy papers. Everybody wants to do narabazi, sitting in the street and shouting, shouting, shouting. Okay, karo, I don't have a problem. But the young are not coming towards doing things and policy. Those are the two things that we find a big lack of leadership. And also this whole, farmer producer organization. The government is saying that all small farm holders, landholding farmers should come together, create this FPO, farmer producer organization. I didn't touch on that for lack of time. But these organizations lack leadership. They need people to lead them. I mean, even if it's an MBA kid can impact this. Even a retired military guy or a retired government servant should be leading that because farmers are all being put together into organizations by generous government grant. Government is giving 1,000 rupees from 4 lakhs to 40 lakhs. They've given grants for 3 years to create these organizations. Grants, I mean, not even loans, okay, money for capacity building, skill building, everything. But people are not able to work together. Lack of leadership, complete lack of leadership in rural areas. NGOs have been tasked to help these organizations, but the NGOs appoint their own people. And then after 3 years, they withdraw their people. So salary to pay ho gaya ye grant ke through. But leadership nahi develop hua na. So ये common challenges है. Skill का बहुत challenges है. We need more people in leadership positions in these organizations, and we need people to work together. And I mean, there are bright spots. Don't get me wrong. I'm not negative. I'm hopeful and very optimistic. I think
No.
we just have to have patience and persistence. Those two things, patience and persistence. Always be persistent. Even if the guy says no, even if people say I'm busy, lazy, whatever, I can't work with you. Keep, persistence is the key. And that is what is, I think, going to help us in the long run because of many, many challenges. So
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you. I mean, I can see, I mean, it's easy to get disappointed. It's easy to just walk away, just leaving this and just say, forget it, yeah. I mean, I mean, I really admire your courage and your strength of your vision and your conviction to persist because you have mentioned about Sheikh Reuben before, and I'd never really understood, where this is all leading to. But I mean, I'm getting a big sense of what is required at the, at a national level. We need something at a national level, like Shekru replicated, or Shekru itself going to a national level in whichever way. Addressing the broader issues is so crucial because we are at the cusp of every big technology that has happened. We're seeing all sorts of stuff across here and there, and we are still, at sea trying to figure out how to address and how to begin resolving these problems. I see great.
People are doing cool stuff with it.
Don't get me wrong. No, absolutely. I'm not getting negative as well. And I see the same. And I see what's happening, and a whole lot of big companies, including the ones like Google and a bunch of others. They're trying to do their little bit. Of course, it's all very agenda driven. I'm just hoping that it trickles in some way. There is some trajectory that it hits and some tangent that it hits, and finally it goes beyond what a corporate is trying to do. Having said though, really a big salute and big massive admiration towards what you're building, and I hope you find all the force constantly. May the force be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anant, for laying this scenario down. Thank you so much for your time and your.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Please stick around. There are some more panelists who are going to set to join. The next we are hoping she would join us is Kavita Mukhiji. As we all know, Kavita Mukhi is the person behind Conscious Foods. She's also the pioneered farmer markets in Bombay. which have become, a huge rage, especially on Sundays. Sometimes I go for my breakfast to some of these places. They're a fun place to be and hang out. Radha,
Yeah.
any new?
Yeah, she's getting online. She's just registering herself and coming in. She's just got the mail. And we also have Pushpa who wants to talk about permaculture. And
Oh.
after that, there is Nilima who wants to talk about millets.
So
And
should we include
all-
Pushpa right now, or should we wait for Kavita to come on and then?
So Kavita is also on her way. Kavita would just take 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
And
Pushpa is ready, she says.
so let's have a small introduction with her. I already messaged her. If Kavita comes in, then we can do your presentation.
Okay. Pushpa, just if you're here.
I'll promote her. Yeah, I'll promote her.
Hello, Pushpa. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. You've been one of the most consistent listeners.
Yeah. So
We were not ready to start the show without you today.
thanks for giving me this platform. So I just put up, I Radha just called me maybe less than 2 hours back, and I just put up a few things. So I'll start. Okay.
Radha, should we let Pushpa go on?
Yeah, she has a presentation to show.
Okay.
So,
Pushpa, if you don't mind, maybe how long is your presentation? Because Kavita Mukhi is also
I can go after Kavita. I don't have an issue. I just wanted to know that I'm ready. That's all.
All right. Please be around. I think it's great to have you around. I think you're doing
do
wonderful
after
things to
Kavita.
our confidence.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for your encouragement and for your presence. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just give us some more time and we'll.
or she can talk about her farm and where she's worked. She can be.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can start by talking about my journey.
Yeah, right.
So I think that's what everybody here has been doing since yesterday, talking about themselves.
Right.
So this was about 10 years back. So I was always interested in growing plants and gardening and all. So this was my childhood dream, because my grandfather had a small plot of land where he used to grow. And I think that was one of my happiest moments in my life, when I used to go to my hometown. And I think the whole of the day I used to be there on the site, and I used to collect fruits and flowers. And I think that's one of the most memorable moments of my childhood and my adult life too. So I always had this dream that I should also have a farm where, my kids would also have the same kind of experience. So that's how my journey started in maybe 2011. So we bought a plot of land. So actually, we were looking for something small and compact, which I could manage. But somehow, as it happened, we ended up buying a land which was about 7.5 acres. And this was in a place called Roha, which is, I stay in Mumbai. And this is about maybe 3 hours drive from Mumbai. So, and there were already many mango trees and cashew trees over there, and that's it. Otherwise, it was a very barren land. If 7.5 acres is a huge place. Yeah, Vinay, you wanted to say something?
This is Roha, which is on the way to the
Mumbai Goa highway. Yeah.
Mumbai
Goa highway. Yeah. So actually, at that point of time, I had no knowledge about farming because I was just a home gardener. But I had no knowledge because you can see the scale. When you go into a plot of land which is 7.5 acres, you don't know what to do where. And the next 2-3 years, I think I kept going once in 2-3 times in a month. I started doing small things. And I kept a caretaker and all, but I myself didn't have any knowledge about farming because a home garden is completely a different ball game than running a farm. And there was no house over there, so I had to commute. So I had hardly about 3-4 hours over there, and I could hardly do anything over there.
Yeah.
Just life happened. My kids were growing. I had responsibilities at home. So, and I got, in the next 2-3 years, which I worked over there, I was completely frustrated and I just gave it up, at some point of time, I gave it up because nothing was coming up, and then I said, let's, it just remained a dream for me, though I had the land, but I couldn't do anything over there. And I didn't know what to do, how to go about it. So we were even thinking of selling off the land, but I had a very deep emotional connect with the land. So I didn't want, my husband was saying that let's sell it and do something else, buy a smaller piece of land or whatever, But I was very deeply connected. So I said, no, let's see. And then somehow life went on and nothing was happening. Then I came across some videos on permaculture, that was.
Sorry to interrupt. Kavita has some issues with the network. You can start with your presentation.
Okay. So that's how this is part of my presentation. I'll just tell how I came into permaculture. So then I came across permaculture. I saw some videos, but then, I was very much connected with permaculture teachings. But yeah, you can see the presentation, Radha?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm talking about my journey. So this was like about 6 years back. I saw these videos, but then I felt it was very nice. This is something right thing. But then the videos were all, taken in the temperate region, in US, in Europe, and also I thought this is not something for India. And then they were showing some machines. I said, this is what. See, my thing, even when I was working on my plot on Roha, is I'd seen many people buy farmlands to make a farmhouse. And then they used to pump so much money, and I didn't want to do that because first of all, we didn't have that kind of money to pump in. And it's actually a white elephant once you start working on a farm. To make you show that something has happened, you really have to pump in money. So right from the beginning, I didn't want to go that path. I wanted to work on a budget, and the plot was very overwhelming. So then when I saw these permaculture videos also, I was like, this is not for us, this is something very exclusive for people who have money to throw. And also, then I was just, on and off reading or seeing some videos on permaculture. But then I didn't even know at that point of time that there's a proper course on permaculture. So then after 2-3 more years, life went on again. And then I seriously met one of my friends who had done a permaculture course. And I learned through him how practically you can apply it, and how permaculture is something which is for the world. It's not for a particular sect of people, or a set of people, or a particular country or anything. It's a movement which can be done anywhere in the world. So that's how I got connected with permaculture. Then I went on to do a course also. I did my permaculture design certificate. And that's when I started gaining confidence, to work on land. And then fortunately, by that point of time, I was connected to a place in Palghar where I do some social work with a non-profit organization. So voluntarily, I do this work. So then we happened to buy a small plot of land, about less than an acre over there. And now with this knowledge of permaculture, I said, let me start working here, because the other thing was very overwhelming for me, 7.5 acres. So I said, let me start putting the practices, what I've learned. And last 1.5 years, I would say, I've started practically implementing my learnings of permaculture into this land. So now I continue my journey after I ventured into permaculture. So now this piece of land which I'm working on, so we have called it Nidhivan, which is a forest of treasure. So now you can see this plot. This is like, I would say about 1.5 years back. So it is still quite barren. This is a high rainfall area. We get 3,000 plus millimeters of rain. And the soil here is cotton, clay, black cotton soil. And it has its own pros and cons. It's a little difficult to work with, because during the rainy season, this whole patch becomes, like a sponge. You can hardly walk on this land because the soil is so muddy, and it just holds on to the water, and it like a sponge. So these are what I have been, last 2 years I've been seeing here, and I've been applying my learnings. So let's move ahead. I would like to briefly talk about Nidhivan and how permaculture the teachings has helped me here. So now my vision for Nidhivan is to transform Nidhivan into a regenerative and sustainable space in various ways. Basically, make it a homestead where my family and we could have and also host my friends or other people who can come in. We don't have a house right now. We are planning to build immediately now. So this is my vision, and the goals is using permaculture design principles. Nidhivan would be a self-sufficient homestead. So this is our vision and goals for Nidhivan. Now, before I venture into my journey, I would briefly like to talk about permaculture. What is permaculture? Many people have heard about permaculture. Many people haven't. In fact, when Radha called me 2 hours back, I asked her, do you know what is permaculture? She said, yeah. But then I would like to briefly touch upon for people who have not heard this term. So permaculture is basically a land design science that meets human needs through ecological and regenerative design, firmly based in ethics and principles. Usually when we buy a land, we have something in mind, but we don't know how to go about it. We put some things, we do something here and there, and then after some years, we realize, no, this was not the right thing. We should have done it in a different way, or we should have, placed this thing over here, not there. And we make so many mistakes. We learn through those mistakes. Sometimes those mistakes are a learning curve for us, but sometimes they prove very expensive because you have to really put so much energy, resources, money into it. So permaculture believes that before you go into any kind of land implementation, you first design it, because when you design it, then you know exactly what is going to happen, maybe after all, with all the knowledge of permaculture, obviously, that how things are going to flow from there. And permaculture is not only a land design science, but it also is deeply rooted in ethics. I'll briefly touch upon the ethics and ecology. Actually, it's a multifaceted science. It takes inputs from so many, I think at least 20 to 25 various sciences. And that's how the design flows. So permaculture was started by Bill Mollison and David Holmgren somewhere in the 1970s in Australia. And the whole movement of permaculture began because Bill Mollison, at that point of time, in the 1970s I'm talking, he realized that the industrial agriculture which was happening in Australia and all over the world is really going to take us towards doom someday. And he spent, being a biologist, he spent 2 years in a forest, and he was wondering, how does a forest grow? What is it? There's nobody in the forest who plants anything, waters anything, mulches anything. I mean, nothing is happening, nobody is there, but then it is so abundant. So that made him thinking. He went, stayed in a forest for 2 years, studied the whole system, how the forest run itself. And with the help of his friend, David Holmgren, he was a landscape architect. So they both came together and they developed permaculture. So it is an amalgamation of ecology, everything, that goes into growing abundance, and plus David Holmgren is a landscape architect, so the landscape designing. So it's an amalgamation of these and many other sciences which we can see. So that's how permaculture came into being. And this movement started in 1970s, and Bill Mollison went all over the world, and he basically saw all the traditional practices. So permaculture is not something new. You would say that it is a something which has come from, say, Australia, or something which is not feasible for us here. No, permaculture is actually our old traditional practices, the best practices that we can do, the common sense practices. Actually, it's everything old which is put in a new box, new packaging. But at the core of permaculture are 3 ethics, which you can see here: care for the earth, caring for the water, caring for the air, caring for the soil. So all the good practices which goes into it. We talk about natural farming, we talk about organic farming, we talk about biodynamic, but these are all actually tools in the box in permaculture. You know, we have care for the earth through various techniques and strategies according to your time and place where you stay, your climate. Then we have the second ethics, which is care for the people. So basically caring for people in the sense that even growing food, eating nutrition rich food, that is caring for people, for your friends, your families, even if you are selling it, so that you sell, you distribute food which is good for everybody, taking care of the people who are working for you on the farm. So all the good practices which take care of the people, not only who come in contact with you, but all over the world. And fair share is planning for the future, sharing your abundance, you know, with whatever is extra, share it with people, and caring for the future, because finally it's the future. We are going to leave this earth for our next generation. So this is the ethics, and then we have 12 principles. I won't be touching on these principles right now, but there are these principles which are a guiding light whenever we design. So with the help of these ethics and all these principles and many more principles, these are the primary ones which we use. So with all these things, we basically design a land. So going ahead, I would just briefly say there are many design methodologies in permaculture which are very, very, very common sense approach. So I can't go into detail here, but I'll just mention a few. Like we have sector analysis. So sector analysis looks at all the energy which enters your system. You know, it can be the sun, sun energy, it can be the wind, it can be the rain, it can be anything, and so many others. You know, which you have to decide which are these energies you want to welcome into your land and which are the energies you want to deflect. So like there is a fire sector, so I don't want fire. So how do I design my farm so that, you know, I don't get fire? Or there's a wildlife corridor going, so how do I deal with the wildlife corridor? If there's a rainwater, the slope, how the water is entering, how do I do? Like I think what Melody spoke, many of that are the practices which we use. But there's a method to the madness, like, you know. Like her partner was saying that we thought Melody is mad, but actually permaculture says that there's a method. You go through these methods. Then we have zoning. So zoning depends on, you know, the frequency of your visits to the farm. You know, which part of the farm you're using your most, which part you're using you know, once in a week or once in a month or twice in a year. So you basically design your farm in a very energy efficient way so that you expend least energy in taking care, which are the zones which need more maintenance, more care. So that's how you design it. And then we do design methodology, doing the need analysis of each and every element which goes into the farm. For example, now there are so many elements which we plan. You know, when we plan, we say that I want to have a house, I want to have I want to have my cow shed, I want to have a vegetable patch, I want to have some recreational activities for my kids, I want to have a food forest, I want to have fruit trees, I want to have a seating area, I want to have a pond. But where do I put? I want to have a compost bin, but where do you put everything? You know, you put it in a haphazard way, then you are creating waste. Because if you want to make your farm regenerative and self-sustainable, that is one more thing in permaculture. We don't believe in buying inputs from outside. We use the inputs, the resources which is there on your land, plus you create resources which you need on the land. So how do you go about it? You know, how do you put all these elements together? Where to put my house? Where to put my compost bin? So there is a way we go about it. We make a mind map of various elements. We make connections between them so that the output of one should become the input of the other. So this is a whole systems design thinking, because if your output doesn't go as an input to the other element, then it will create waste. It will create pollution. Any energy which is not used is actually will create pollution for you. So that's how we design, so that all the elements are interconnected, and with zoning we know where to put them. So connecting the elements, you can see on this, you know, where should it be, you know, the relative positioning we do, so that whether the house should come next to the barn or the barn, it's all up to what you want, but still there is kind of a methodology you go about it, connecting the elements. And then obviously, because it's a ecologically based science, we use all the good practices like rainwater harvesting, creating on bunds, planting on bunds. We see here you can catch the rainwater and plant it on the bunds. So, we have trenches so that you can aquifers, you can the water table can be replenished. Then we do grey water systems. Don't utilize everything that is there. Don't put anything to waste. So even when you build a house, you can use the grey water which is there in the house. The water from your kitchen, from your sinks, can go through a system where it is purified, and then you can use it for irrigating the land. So even with very limited of water, you can run a land, whether it is dry land or. So we have aquaculture. You can whatever ecosystems you have a pond near you, you make it so abundant, that it will regenerate you, so that it can take care of, like even aquaculture, you have fishes which will make the water nitrogen rich, and that water you can use for irrigation, and it will have its own ecosystem where you can have production, different things you can grow even in water. So it's a whole systems thinking again. And then we use passive energy. So even when you are building a house, you see which direction, whether you are in the temperate region or whether you are in the tropics, whether you want to deflect sunlight near your house, or you want to welcome. So what kind of plants, trees you plant around your house, so that they give you warmth during the winter and shade during the summer, the deciduous trees. And how even you can use the compost, the heat which is generated in a compost, how you can use it for heating water, through these pipes you can see in this design, in this picture. So use passive energy, which is free energy, but it will actually save so much money for you in the long run. So even the plantation system, we just don't go about planting anywhere. Obviously, the guiding principle is to use up all the vertical spaces. How a forest grows. In the forest, everything grows, but they're in different layers. They use up all the vertical space. So here also, we have 7 layers, which is the canopy layer. We have the mid canopy layer. We have a shrub layer. We have herbaceous layer. We have the roots and the rhizomes. Then we have the vines. And all this, the ground cover, all this, like in a forest, how they all are together. So we plan our planting in such a way that all this, you use up all the vertical spaces, so that you absorb the sunlight from different layers. According to their needs, you plant according to the sunlight requirement, the moisture requirement. Sometimes you create a microclimate. I want to grow something which doesn't grow in India, but I'm very fond of growing. Obviously not something which is very extreme to my climate, but something which I can mix and match. I can take something which grows in their summers and grow it in my winter. So I can create a microclimate. And designing with guilds, we plant according to a guild system. Gilding is more than companion planting. It is like we have a central element. It can be a fruit tree, it can be a nut tree, it can be anything. And which are the different plants which will you plant around it, so that they all support that main plant. So you can have pollinators, plants which will help in pollination, plants which will help the main tree in nitrogen fixing, plant which will help you in creating a mulch, then plants which will nurse that central element till it grows. So all kinds of things. Basically, it accelerates succession. In nature, we see that nature goes according to succession. Slowly, grass grows on a piece of land which is disturbed. Slowly, it will go on building, and till it comes to an apex species. Like a forest, it will take 100 years. But here we are accelerating that succession by creating these different structures of planting and working with the soil, which is again a very important part of permaculture, how to work with the soil. This is again a picture of a fruit tree guild. How various things you grow around the main trees, which will support it in pest control. And because we don't believe in permaculture, we don't spray things for pests. We try to create an ecosystem which will take care of the pests. For example, the birds come in, the various insects and all, they will balance out each other. They will eat each other's, according to the food web, and they will take care of the pest. They will balance it out. So we don't spray anything. We don't make even like something called Dashparani, or that is only when you have something extreme. But otherwise, we let the ecosystem take care of all the things, all the problems. In fact, Bill Mollison used to say, one of his very famous quotes is, "Solution is the problem." So you find a solution. The problem is the solution. Sorry, he used to say, problem is the solution. So you find your solution through the problem. You will not create another problem which will not take a solution which will again create another problem for this problem. So that's the basic. So these are all the ecological services. You can have a bird feeder so that you invite the birds. You make a habitat. Basically, here also in the pond ecosystem, you basically make a habitat so that the whole ecosystem is invited into your land. And this is my farm now. I've been working seriously for the last 1 year, I would say, because I didn't have water, though I bought this land about 3-4 years back, but we didn't have water, we didn't have electricity. So I couldn't do much plantation, but I started preparing the land rainwater harvesting, making the trenches. So all this so that my aquifers will come up. And then a year back, I started, and we started with various sustainable practices with soil building. So here you see on the top figure, I have put in sun hemp, which is a nitrogen fixer and which is also creating mulch. So I'm increasing the fertility of the soil by green mulching. Then here you can see a bed which we have created. It's a keyhole bed basically, which you can plant according to it, so that you can grow more in less space. And I have this is a banana circle in permaculture. We plant, even you see how, according to the patterns of nature, that is another big thing which we use, the patterns in nature. We see in nature, energy flows, and nature has so efficiently made different patterns. Even if you see a leaf, there is a distribution system. You can see the veins in a particular way. Why is it patterned in that way? Because that is how energy will flow very efficiently. So in nature, there is no waste. Nature's patterns are perfect. So we biomimic these patterns. And here you can see a banana circle we have made, where there's a pit in the middle, and we dump all the waste from the farm or whatever we dump over there. And it creates its own fertilizer. It fertilizes the banana plant. Actually, I have not added anything to these banana plants. And I think I planted this in July. There was hardly 2 or 3 inch saplings, these bananas. And this is, I think, 2 months back. So now they are much bigger, and there are 2-3 bananas down each plant now, So abundance, you are inviting abundance. This is my papaya tree, which I had planted last year in the rains. I have not taken care of it. I have not added anything, but there is also a circle down there. We call it a composting papaya circle, where we put everything and everything compost, and it gives the nutrients as well as the water. Rainwater is captured in that pit, and it then you can see I have a solar panel under which I have grown many vegetables which need shade. So basically, use up every inch of your space. Don't let the land be barren. This year, obviously, because of COVID, I was not able to go there for 4 months. So it was a little of a for me. I couldn't implement many of those things. But still, I'm starting getting my vegetable. Last 3 months, I don't have to buy too many things from outside. My vegetables, my flowers for my altar, everything. I'm not, I'll show you a picture of my this thing. Now, basically, this is the design which I had done for my land, which is just 33 guntas, we call it in Marathi here. So it is 33,000 square feet. So how you can fit in everything, even in such a small space. You have your house, you have your, if you have a pond, you want to grow a little crops, or you want to have a food forest, everything, how you can fit it into this land. And I say it a place for everything, and everything in its place. And Bill Mollison's quote again here, I would like to say, the only limit on the number of users of a resource possible within a system is in the limit of the information and imagination of the designer. So it's up to you as a designer how creatively you design your land so that you can have all the things which you want. So the permaculture scale is not only for a big farmland or land. You can start with your balcony. You can start with your one pot. Even you can make a guild in a small pot. You know what are the different things you can grow in a pot, so that it can start from one pot. It can go to several acres. In Europe and US, people have hundreds of acres which they do through permaculture. So the scale is not the limiting factor, it's your imagination. The more creatively you design, the more abundant, regenerative you can make your landscape. So thank you so much. I'm very grateful for getting this platform. I don't know, this was a very impromptu talk which I could put in together. So
thank you, Pushpa. That was really a tour de force of your farmland, and you went through it very briskly and highlighting and hitting on key aspects of your journey, and a lot that we can, people who are watching, whoever will watch it off the recording as well. I think there is, in fact, did you design the entire, the layout which you showed in the end?
I showed a picture, no, in the end, that is what I designed on my own. So using all the principles and the ethics and what I told you, the design methodology. So using all those things, I have put it together. So there are always changes, obviously. Pardon?
We were watching the presentation. All of a sudden, when we saw the blooms and the fruits and everything, it was beautiful to see it for us from here. But it would have been great for you, right?
It's very, very nice actually, even to study permaculture, I'm a person who likes to study new things. For me,
that shows.
That shows,
So,
how long after you purchased, after you bought the land, did you start work on it? I mean,
the one which I'm working now, I bought 4 years back, but we didn't have water or electricity over there. So I couldn't do anything for 2.5 years. So I would say 1.5 years I've been working now.
So how did you manage to get water and electricity yourself? Or?
Last January, so 1 year back, I got electricity, water and electricity. I have a solar panel basically. So only for the water. Right now we don't have a house, so we will be building it. So once we stay, basically permaculture believes in making a homestead, because when you stay on the land, you have in India I've seen farmers have a farm on one side and they have their house somewhere else, So that is not a very efficient way of farming. You should live on the land, so that so many of those elements you can connect, the composting, the water harvesting, because there's so much water which comes from your rooftop, which you can harvest in so many things. The gray water which you get from your house, that you can divert to a banana circle or a papaya circle, and so many things which you can do, like I am visiting only once in a week because I have commitments here and traveling and all. But even that few 4-5 hours which I spend over there, I can implement now, because now I have the knowledge of how to do things, and I bring back things. I don't have to buy too many things during the week, my vegetables, at least in the short period of 8 months, I would say. It's a small step towards self-sustenance and abundance.
Wonderful.
Very inspiring. Thank you for sharing your journey with us. I'd at some time I would like to connect with you and get a deep understanding of the place and your land, and
sure.
And I'm sure a lot of people would like to as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker is
Nilima.
Yes. Just a second. I have a call coming through and I'm trying to cancel it.
Yeah. Hi, Nilima. Muted. You're muted. Unmute, please.
Yes.
Hello, Nilima.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
Welcome. Welcome to Eco Green and our natural farming initiative. You are to talk to us about millets. Millets के बारे में हमसे बात करेंगे. Millets के बारे में.
जी. Millets और traditional food के बारे में.
जी. आप कितने साल से मिलेट्स आप खुद ही फार्म करती हैं कि आपके फार्म लैंड में कैसा होता है? मतलब आप कहाँ से हैं वैसे ये भी?
हाँ, मैं थोड़ा मेरा ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन देती हूँ।
Can you
मैं
place the phone somewhere? It's moving.
हाँ,
हाँ,
आप फिक्स कर
बिल्कुल।
सकते हैं फोन को।
जी जी, 1 मिनट। Is it okay now?
Yes.
मच बेटर,
Okay.
थैंक यू।
Yeah. हाँ। So basically मैं थोड़ा मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन देती हूँ क्योंकि
जी।
हाँ, मैं अहमदनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट महाराष्ट्र से हूँ, जहाँ पे अकोले करके तहसील है,
जी।
जो अभी वहाँ के मतलब वो मेरा तहसील जो है वो ट्रेडिशनल सीड्स और जो ट्रेडिशनल क्रॉप्स है उसके लिए ज़्यादा जाना जाता है पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड में, क्योंकि अभी कुछ दिनों पहले वो थोड़ा फोकस में आया है, तो मैं वहाँ से हूँ। और आप मुझे कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे तो अच्छा होगा, क्या बोलना है तो मुझे समझ में आएगा थोड़ा सा।
ये ट्रेडिशनल सीड्स के बारे में आप बोल रही थी, जो मतलब अहमदनगर में
हाँ।
किसके लिए आप ये फेमस है और आप कुछ बता रही थी इसके बारे में? कुछ
हाँ,
हाल ही
वो
में कुछ हुआ था?
ट्रेडिशनल से हाँ, आप तो मतलब आप सब लोग जानते होंगे कि वेस्टर्न घाट, ये पार्ट वेस्टर्न घाट में आता है, महाराष्ट्र में हम
अहमदनगर।
इसको सॉरी।
हेलो।
हाँ, मेरी आवाज ठीक आ रही है?
हाँ, ठीक आ रही है।
ओके, तो ये बेसिकली वेस्टर्न घाट में आता है, महाराष्ट्र में हम इसको सह्याद्री रीजन बोलते हैं। तो
ये
सह्याद्री
अहमदनगर
का
के पास है? सॉरी,
सॉरी
ये अहमदनगर के पास है?
हाँ, अहमदनगर और नासिक अहमदनगर और ठाणे के बॉर्डर पे है।
ठीक है, ठीक।
हाँ, तो वहाँ से ये मतलब ये एरिया है। तो यहाँ पे पूरा हिली एरिया है और महाराष्ट्र का सबसे हाईएस्ट पीक जो है सह्याद्री का कळसुबाई करके, वो यहाँ पे है।
जी।
तो महाराष्ट्र की सबसे ऊंची जगह हम बोल सकते हैं उसको। तो वहाँ पे
Effective।
पूरा हिली एरिया है, मतलब पूरा हिल्स है, और जो हिल्स है तो उसके साथ में कुछ वहाँ पे ट्राइबल्स भी रहते हैं, और फॉरेस्ट अच्छा है यहाँ का, क्योंकि ये ऑलरेडी कंजर्व्ड एरिया है, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी है ये कळसुबाई हरिश्चंद्रगढ़ अभयारण्य करके। तो इस एरिया में हम लोग काम करते हैं। तो बेसिकली हमारा जो काम है, जो ट्रेडिशनल हमारा फूड है, तो उसको लेके ही हम लोग काम करते हैं। तो जैसे कि हम देखते हैं कि इंडियन डाइट में ग्रेन्स और जो वेजिटेबल्स है उसका बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा होता है खाने में। और अगर हम लोग आज देखने जाए तो वेजिटेबल्स हम जो हमारे प्लेट में आता है उसको अगर काउंट करें तो 25 के आगे जाता नहीं है एक तो, और उसमें से ज्यादा करके एक्सोटिक वेजिटेबल्स ही आते हैं, हमारे ट्रेडिशनल वेजिटेबल्स आते नहीं है। और फिर उसी तरह से हम ग्रेन में जाते हैं, तो ग्रेन खाते हैं तो उसमें ज्यादा ज्यादा व्हीट और राइस, ये हमारे डाइट का ज्यादा पार्ट हो गया है। जैसे कि ये पहले नहीं था, हम लोग जब 40 साल पहले जाते हैं, पीछे जाते हैं, तो देखते हैं कि ये हमारे डेली खाने का भाग नहीं था, कॉमन देखा जाए तो।
जी।
मतलब राइस तो कभी-कभी खाया जाता था जिस एरिया में राइस नहीं कल्टीवेट होता है उस एरिया में। और अगर हम व्हीट को देखेंगे तो व्हीट भी मतलब व्हीट की चपाती खाना ये डेली डाइट का पार्ट नहीं था। तो
जी।
ये ऐसे सब अभी देखते हैं तो पूरा चेंज हो गया है। तो इसका रिजल्ट हम देख रहे हैं कि हमें जो लाइफस्टाइल डिसीजेस हम लोग बोलते हैं, जैसे कि डायबिटीज है, बीपी है, या ऐसे कुछ जो अभी आए हैं वो डिसीजेस, वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा इंक्रीज हो गए। तो इसके लिए हमारी हेल्थ भी अच्छी रहनी चाहिए, हमारी इकोसिस्टम भी अच्छी रहनी चाहिए, हमारे ट्राइबल्स भी सर्वाइव होने चाहिए, हमारे जंगल्स भी सर्वाइव होने चाहिए। और जो भी क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन अभी शुरू है और नेक्स्ट आने वाली है क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से, तो इस सब का सॉल्यूशन हमें ढूंढना है, तो वो मुझे लगता है ट्रेडिशनल सीड्स, ट्रेडिशनल क्रॉप्स, मिलेट्स, ट्रेडिशनल वेजिटेबल्स, इसमें हमको मिलेगा। तो इसके लिए हमने एक 8-10 साल पहले यहाँ पे काम शुरू किया। तो पहले तो उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया। मैंने खुद वाइल्ड वेजिटेबल्स के ऊपर काम करके यहाँ पे 160 से अबोव वाइल्ड वेजिटेबल्स का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया। वो खा के देखे, उनके फोटो लिए, और उसका एक अच्छा सा बुक बन गया है, बखर रानभाज्यांची करके, मराठी में। तो ये पहले वाइल्ड वेजिटेबल्स का हो गया। फिर उसके बाद में हमने देखा कि वहाँ पे वाइल्ड फ्रूट्स भी बहुत ज्यादा है, वाइल्ड बेरीज है जो नेचुरली मिलते हैं। तो उसको भी थोड़ा सा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन अभी शुरू है, उसका अभी तक कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन हमारे फॉरेस्ट में ही 50 प्लस कुछ वाइल्ड फ्रूट्स है जो एडिबल है। और फिर मिलेट्स के ऊपर भी हमने काम शुरू किया। तो उसका तो मेन रीजन यही था कि जो ट्रेडिशनल सीड्स थे यहाँ के, मतलब जो राइस के भी सीड्स और मिलेट्स के भी सीड्स है, वो तो थे, लेकिन मिलेट्स में तो बहुत हम पीछे आ गए थे। एक 8-9 टाइप्स के मिलेट्स यहाँ उगते थे, जिसमें फॉक्सटेल है, लिटिल मिलेट है, देन बानियाड़ मिलेट है, ऐसे कुछ वैरायटीज थे अलग अलग उसके। लेकिन अगर 6-7 साल पहले पीछे जाए तो उसमें से बाकी तो के सीड्स भी मिलना मुश्किल हो गया। लेकिन सिर्फ हमारे यहाँ, एक मिनट ना, हाँ, तो बाकी के जो मिलेट्स है तो उसके सीड्स भी मिलना मुश्किल हो गया, और सिर्फ जो बचे थे वो लिटिल मिलेट और फिंगर मिलेट, ये 2 ही मिलेट्स यहाँ पे लोग कर रहे थे। वो फिंगर मिलेट के भी 80% कम हो गए थे, ओनली 20% बची थी जो लोग करते थे। तो इसके ऊपर हमने पहले काम शुरू किया कि क्या इसमें गैप क्या है। तो ये सिर्फ मतलब हमारा जो मानना है यही है कि ये जो ट्रेडिशनल जो चीजें हैं जो हमारे खाने में आनी चाहिए और वो रहनी भी चाहिए, तो ये तभी हो सकता है जब उसको हम लोगों के लाइवलीहुड के साथ में जोड़ दें। तो इसके लिए हमने उसका प्रमोशन करना शुरू कर दिया। तो फिर जैसे कि करवंद करके फ्रूट्स आते हैं, ब्लैकबेरीज जो बोलते हैं, तो उसका जूस, जामुन का जूस, उसका पिकल, ऐसे कुछ छोटी-छोटी चीजें फ्रूट्स को लेके। फिर हम मिलेट प्रोसेसिंग में ज्यादा आ गए क्योंकि वो क्रॉप्स था, अब वो ज्यादा क्वांटिटी में वहां पे था। तो फिर हमने मिलेट्स के वैल्यू एडिशन करना शुरू कर दिया। तो मुझे बताने में खुशी होती है कि महाराष्ट्र का पहला कम्युनिटी लेवल का मिलेट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट हमने 7 साल पहले यहाँ पे लगाया गांव में। तो जिससे हमारा जो लिटिल मिलेट है वो रही है, वो प्रोसेस होने लगी, और फिर उसका वैल्यू एडिशन के कारण लोगों में दाम भी इंक्रीज होने लगे। तो फिर उसके साथ में बाकी की चीजें भी आ गई, जैसे कि अभी हमारी सीड बैंक है और ट्रेडिशनल सीड्स को कलेक्ट करके, तो उसमें वो भी कम्युनिटी लेवल की सीड बैंक है। अभी तक उसमें 120 से ज्यादा मिलेट्स और अदर राइस, वेजिटेबल्स, वाइल्ड जो वेजिटेबल्स है उसके सीड्स कॉन्जर किए जाते हैं, खेत में उगते, फिर कॉन्जर होते हैं। और फिर उसके बाद में हमने रागी, लिटिल मिलेट, ये जो चीजें है उसके साथ में सरगम है, पर्ल मिलेट है और फॉक्सटेल मिलेट है। तो ऐसे ऐसे चीजों पे वैल्यू एडिशन करना शुरू किया। तो हमने देखा कि अगर हमें ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने हैं जो मार्केट में उसमें डिमांड है, जैसे कि न्यू जनरेशन है, उनको कुछ नूडल्स अच्छे लगते हैं, तो हमने रागी के नूडल्स, ज्वार के नूडल्स बना दिए। फिर उनको कुकीज अच्छे लगते हैं, तो हमने रागी के कुकीज बनाने शुरू किए। अभी आप पूछोगे इसमें डिफरेंस क्या है, तो डिफरेंस ये है कि हमने इसमें कोई किसी भी चीज में मैदा यूज नहीं किया है। मतलब वो हेल्दी भी होने चाहिए और ये भी होने चाहिए। तो हम इसके लिए रागी के कुकीज में हम देसी घी यूज करते हैं। नूडल्स का जो बनाने का प्रोसीजर है, वो जो ट्रेडिशनल यहाँ पे जो शेवई बनाते थे उसी तरीके से हमने उसको बनाया है। तो हमारी महिला ये सब काम करती है। तो इस तरीके से जो बाजार में अच्छे से प्रोडक्ट मतलब जिसको डिमांड है, जो खा सकते हैं, ऐसी चीजें हमने बनाना शुरू किया। तो अभी तक तो अच्छा है, मतलब एक 30 टाइप्स की कुछ वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में हम लोग 4-5 साल से बेच रहे हैं और वो सस्टेन भी हो गए। तो जिसका काम लोगों को होता है और लोगों के क्रॉप्स कंजर्व हो गए और फिर वो फॉरेस्ट को भी कंजर्व करेंगे क्योंकि उनको अच्छा दाम मिल रहा है उन चीजों से। तो इस तरीके से एक हमारा थोड़ा कंजर्वेशन का ही लेकिन लाइवलीहुड बेस्ड मॉडल है जो हमने यहाँ पे किया है। और अभी हमारी कसूबाई मिलेट फार्मर्स प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ है, तो उसको अभी हम अच्छे तरीके से और बड़ी तरीके से अभी एक्सपांड कर रहे हैं। तो इस तरीके से थोड़ा ट्रेडिशनल फूड सीड्स और जो मतलब हम इसको फूड हेरिटेज बोल सकते हैं, जो हमारे थाली में पहले था वो बीच में गया, वो कैसे हमारे थाली में आए और हमारे टेस्ट बर्ड्स जो है मतलब हमारी जो टेस्ट है जो अभी डेवलप हुए उसको भी सेटिस्फाई कर सके, इस तरीके से वो इसमें खाने में आए। जैसे कि महाराष्ट्रियन थोड़ा सा अलग टाइप्स के मतलब ये रहता है उसका जो कुजीन है, तो महाराष्ट्रियन टाइप्स के कुछ रेसिपीज हमने डेवलप किए। तो इसके लिए मिलेट्स मतलब साउथ इंडिया और महाराष्ट्र इसमें बहुत डिफरेंस है। जबकि हम लोग 7-8 साल पहले जब काम करना शुरू किए मिलेट्स के ऊपर, तो मिलेट्स शब्द भी किसी को मालूम नहीं था वर्ड ये, तो वो बहुत मुश्किल था काम करना। तो इसके लिए हर एक चीज में मिलेट्स का अवेयरनेस से लेके मिलेट्स क्या है, फिर उसको कैसे खाना है, कैसे खाते हैं, उसके हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स क्या है, यहाँ तक पूरा हमको समझाना पड़ा। तो इसके लिए एक मतलब बहुत ही अलग-अलग तरीके से हमने लोगों को मिलेट्स खाना मिलेट्स क्या है ये सिखाने की कोशिश की। जैसे एक छोटा बुकलेट मिलेट्स के ऊपर लिखा, फिर हमारा जो पैम्पलेट्स है उसके आगे पूरा हमारा इन्फॉर्मेशन और पीछे पूरे पूरे मिलेट के रेसिपी, फिर मिलेट कुकिंग के वर्कशॉप लेते थे, मिलेट थाली लोगों को अलग-अलग फेस्टिवल्स में खिलाते थे। और फिर हमने खुद का 3-4 साल से हम मिलेट फेस्टिवल ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे। तो इस तरीके से जैसे-जैसे और फिर यूथ को लेके निसर्ग संवाद करके कैंप्स ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं। जिस तरीके से मतलब न्यू जनरेशन से लेके सब लोगों तक ये थॉट पहुंचे, फूड लिटरेसी हम इसको बोल सकते हैं कि क्या खाना चाहिए, कैसे खाना चाहिए, क्यों खाना चाहिए। और जब हम मिलेट्स खाते हैं तो डायरेक्टली हम इसको कंजर्व कर रहे हैं इकोसिस्टम को। तो इस तरीके से अलग-अलग तरीके से लोगों तक अभी पहुंचा रहे। तो बस ये इतना हमारा छोटा सा एक काम यहाँ पे शुरू है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू नीलिमा जी। आप एक नया फूड कल्चर स्टार्ट करने वाली हैं, मतलब कर रही हैं और प्रोपेगेट कर रही है, बहुत ही अच्छा है। सॉरी मैं वीडियो अक्सर ऑन नहीं करता क्योंकि कनेक्शन थोड़ा वीक हो जाता है। आपने ये जो सह्याद्री संगठन की मिलेट्स के लिए जो बनाई, ये कब स्टार्ट किया ये? आप इनको फॉर्मलाइज करने को है, ये जो आपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्टार्ट किया?
हाँ ओके। पहले तो हमारा कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं था, हम लोग कुछ दोस्त मिलके ये काम शुरू किया। फिर हमने एसएचजीस फॉर्म किए, फार्मर्स ग्रुप फॉर्म किए, और फिर अभी सितंबर में हमने कसूबाई मिलेट फार्मर्स प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी रजिस्टर की है, क्योंकि हमको लगा कि अभी एक काम आगे लेके जाना है तो इसको कुछ तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चाहिए, फंड्स चाहिए, तो इसके लिए अभी हमने वो रजिस्टर किया है।
इसमें आपको कभी कहीं गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट वो सब मिला है कि ये ऐसे कोई महिला किसान?
जी नहीं, अभी तक तो नहीं मिला है, लेकिन अभी होप्स है शायद मिलेगा। अभी तक तो नहीं मिला है।
ये इसी उम्मीद में कि आपको ये सब सपोर्ट और मिल जाए। थैंक यू कि आपने इतना ऐसे डायनामिक इनिशिएटिव लिया है टू प्रमोट मिलेट्स, जो हमारे फूड कल्चर से थोड़ा सा गायब हो चुका है। अब तो खैर बहुत मिलेट्स का बहुत सपोर्ट मिल रहा है लोगों से, लोग भी जान रहे हैं मिलेट्स के बारे में। हमारे घर में हर खाने के बाद दही राइस बहुत कॉमन है। एक एक बार मेरी बहन ने मिलेट्स के साथ दही राइस बनाया और मुझे अब तक वो टेस्ट याद है, इतना स्वादिष्ट और इतना ऐसा लगा ही नहीं कि हमने कुछ खाया, मतलब इतना फुल भी लग रहा है और पेट भरा, मतलब ऐसे ब्लोटेड नहीं लग रहा है। तो मैं भी ऐसे सोचता हूँ कि मैं सारा कुछ थोड़ा कन्वर्ट हो जाऊँ मिलेट्स पे, थोड़ा और मिलेट्स को इंक्लूड करूँ।
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल।
तो
हर एक ने मिलेट्स शुरू करना चाहिए खाने में, क्योंकि मतलब जो एक बार मिलेट्स आप खा लोगे, 1-2 महीना खा लोगे कंटिन्यू, तो आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि मिलेट्स कितना हमारे बॉडी के लिए भी कितना मतलब इम्पोर्टेंट है, ईज़ी है, रिलैक्स है। और बहुत ही वो मतलब एक मैं इसके लिए एक एग्जांपल देना चाहूँगी। एक हमारे मतलब कोई तो मुझे मिला था एक फेस्टिवल में, वो बोला कि उसको फूड पॉइज़निंग हुआ था, तो उसको कुछ भी खाना जा नहीं रहा था अंदर। तो डॉक्टर ने सजेस्ट किया कि आप मिलेट्स से स्टार्ट कर लो, तो उसने मिलेट्स खाना शुरू किया, तो उसका पूरा मतलब वो उससे वो बच गया, और जो उसको प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहे थे। और अभी वो पूरा सिर्फ मिलेट्स ही खाता है, बाकी कुछ उसको अच्छा नहीं लगता है। तो आप एक बार कोई भी मिलेट्स शुरू कर दोगे खाने में, तो आप डेफिनिटली चैलेंज है कि आप कोई अदर चीज़ को हाथ ही नहीं लगाओगे।
बिल्कुल
तो
कन्वर्ट होने का चांस है, तू भी इसको आजमाए एक दो बार। थैंक यू नीलिमा जी, थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग एंड शेयरिंग योर व्यूज, योर जर्नी। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आप रहिए, और भी स्पीकर जाने वाले हैं, तो आप प्लीज स्टे अराउंड for some more time. Our next speaker is Vinita Mishaka, who's going to talk about farming and health. She's just joined panel.
Hello.
Hi, Vinita ji.
Can you see me? Because I think you need a
Yeah,
camera.
we see you, but it's blurred.
It is very blurred.
Yeah.
You don't mind that? You want me to put on some light or something? It's okay. Now? Yeah, so you can hear me, no? That should be enough. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So should I carry on?
Yes, please. Vinay?
So, Vinay was... Okay. Anyway, Vinay was saying earlier that I will be talking on farming, but I will not be talking on farming. That is Bharat's fault, and he is at Vanwadi because there is an issue there which he has to attend to, and when he comes on board, he can talk on.
But I spoke to Bharat. He gave me a call. He said he will join us by 6 o'clock. He's going to the village again. So he's joining us at 6 o'clock, Vintage.
Fine, fine. So then he can talk to you on farming and
with you, it's
farming,
about
etc.
health and
yeah. So yeah, I prefer that. I just like feel closer to this topic than talk on organic farming and natural farming because that is Bharat's expertise. So yeah, what I would like to say, since it should be, you would like me to also focus on the forestry and the farming part, that as we move away from a natural lifestyle, that is when we do not eat our species specific food, are not able to breathe fresh air, when we do not have access to water without pollutants, when our rest and our sleep are compromised, relations are stressful, when we do not have laughter and joy in our lives, and a whole lot of related factors, we start experiencing symptoms of a disease. Now, the whole medical pharmaceutical combined refers to these symptoms of a disease as disease, but they are not actually disease. They are the cure of a disease. The $1 trillion the pharmaceutical industry has a whole host of medicines to remove the symptoms or suppress the symptoms. And when that happens, what the body was trying to throw out, what it was trying to throw out, which is unwanted matter, morbid matter, that is not required for its growth and development, it gets further embedded in the body, causing chronic illness in later life. This chronic disease is much more difficult to reverse than the earlier ones, which we call acute disease. Disease is what the pharmaceutical industry would call, I would refer it to as illness. So acute illnesses are essentially safety valves, which tell us to listen to them and let the symptoms play their role, so that the body can achieve homeostasis. Um, and the acute symptoms can come in many forms, in the form of a cold, a cough, fever, skin eruptions, diarrhea, etc. So all these are corrective measures that the body utilizes to bring about equilibrium again in the body, to bring about balance in the system. When this does not happen, when we stop it from doing so, then it gives rise to many more problems later. So all the chronic diseases, whether it's diabetes or high blood pressure, cancer, heart ailments, these are all due to having suppressed the safety valves, having done away with them. And at no time one should do that. I have been following this understanding for over 30 years when I was bringing up my children. So when my first child had some issues with his stomach, like a diarrhea, I kind of refrained from giving him medication because though it was brought by my father-in-law, it came into the house, because in very fine print was written that an overdose is detrimental. And I thought if an overdose is bad, then no underdose can also be any good. And I saw that the illness ran its course and it was gone. So this whole understanding of that what the body is doing is right action came to me. There was this whole issue of vaccination also. Now the whole vaccinating understanding for childhood illnesses is based on doing away with them, that they are going to cause damage and that the child is suffering. But what I would call this suffering as intelligent suffering, meaning it is there for a short while and it is bringing about wellness if it is allowed to happen. So one has to have the conviction and belief that all these childhood illnesses, for which there are a host of vaccinations, are for the healthy growth and development of the child. I refrain from giving him vaccination. For my second child, my daughter, I did not even bother to kind of, go through this understanding, but did not let her come anywhere near whether it's vaccinations or any form of medication. So this is the path one has been following. My children are grown up now, and it's not that they've not had childhood diseases. They've had measles and chickenpox, what else, mumps, but we did not at any time medicate, let the illness run its course, and they were healthier and better once it ran its course. Hello, can you hear me,
Yeah.
by the way?
Yeah.
You can, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I can't see you and I don't.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
we can hear you completely.
Okay. So this is the understanding, and there are some things that one kind of looks at always. It's to see it, one always watch their diet, and it's very difficult to kind of pressure children to eat the food that you believe in. But there's some ground rules I've laid out, that always eat your fruit in the morning. We did away with breakfasts. Then I believe in sequential eating and spacing out meals. So these are some things that we have followed with them. But food, nutrition is not only the food that you eat. There are other factors that also play. It's when you eat, how you eat, the space between meals, doing sequential eating is of consequence also. And of course, the state of mind that exists while we are consuming food. So these are little things that one looked into, and at no point of time did I give them any form of medication. So when I say medicine, I don't mean only allopathy. It's also whether it's homeopathy or Ayurveda or Chinese herbal or anything, none of those forms of medication. Because all this is trying to change the whole narrative by suppressing symptoms, and that I believe is something which can be detrimental in the long run. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I carry on, or you have
Yes,
a question?
yes,
to
please,
ask?
please. No. We will have the questions at the end of it.
Oh, you will have questions at the
Yeah.
end of it.
Yeah.
So there have been several instances when I have myself, sat with my heart in my mouth, and when it has because we've grown up to believe that fever after a particular point of time should not be allowed to exceed that. If the coughing goes on for long, then
Right.
again that would lead to something else. So
Right.
so I've grown up with all this not understanding, but these
Conditioning.
voices,
Yeah.
that have been
Yeah.
there in my ears and my mind. So it's like when my daughter was maybe around 2 years old, she had what is conventionally called whooping cough. So she coughed for over a month, and she coughed the usual symptoms, the cough coming out as a sticky substance. But I
Right.
did not at any time stop it.
Right.
Because again, whooping cough has got a bad name that, it can lead to something. And if
Right.
the child coughs, it will lead to something dangerous. So I did
Right.
not at all stop the coughing from happening. At the end of 1.5 months or something, it started petering out and it stopped completely. The
Right.
coughing stopped. So I let her do the coughing and it carried on. Then there have been times when there has been fever, because it's very difficult to stop children from eating food, your species specific food all the time, and if I keep telling them eat raw, they tend to, and they have also rebel. So one had to find that balance between hoping that they eat the right food and also allowing some of the food that their friends and outsiders were eating. So there have been times when there has been fever, and so what I resort to is at such a time is undergoing a fast. In the sense, I believe fever is when there is undigested matter in the intestines, which is
Right.
fermenting, and
Right.
fermentation causes heat, and that is fever. So because there is fermentation and because the food is not digested, then the only sensible thing to do is allow it to digest. And the way to allow it to digest is not to put more food, because then the body will want to digest this new food when the old food is already there. So I have resorted to fasting, meaning abstaining from food completely, just having water so that there's hydration, and not guzzling 8 to 10 glasses of water, not at all, or only as much as required to quench the thirst. So it could be just 2 sips sometimes.
Starve a fever, feed a cold.
Beg your pardon?
Starve a fever, feed a cold.
That's a saying, no, which goes,
Yeah.
starve the fever, feed the cold. Well, I don't
Correct.
believe in that feeding cold business also.
Okay.
That we can discuss. See,
Yeah, sure.
so when there's no food in the body, then there's no additional food in the body. So the earlier food which is there, which is undigested, can get digested. You allow giving space for that. And we've seen that when we've had fever, when I've had fever, and it can have a conventional name like malaria. So after a few days, the fever has left me. Even with my daughter, when it was the height of that, what is that called? H1 something fever, which everybody was, it was in the news some few years ago.
H1N, bird flu.
And not bird flu, since the H1N1 or something, I don't remember the name. So I told her that this is what I would do. And she also went in a 4 days fast. She was 15 or 16 at that time. So the fever went without a drop of medicine. This is the course that we followed with both my children, myself. We have believed in this, my husband too. And here we are. with no chronic disease so far. Yes, if there are any questions, and I can say a lot otherwise on this subject.
Please, I would like you to go on. In fact, this is such a wonderful deviation. At the beginning, I wouldn't have thought of natural health being. I suddenly see all of it being so connected right now at
Yes.
this moment. Like natural living, natural farming can happen if you have a concept of natural living first. You know,
Absolutely, because I've seen, without being critical, that people who are into organic and natural farming, but when it comes to health, personal health, somehow they find it difficult to kind of accept the fact that the body, the all actions by the body is right action. That is my belief, that whatever the body does, it does for the protective benefit of the body, and it does not do anything which is going to take away the vitality. In fact, it wants the body to always have vital force. And in order to have vital force, we experience all these symptoms. And then we have to kind of search for those, search for what gives the body vital force.
Right.
So it could be
allowing the body to heal naturally, find its own way.
Yes, food is one thing, fresh air, having access to food that is grown organically or naturally, consuming it in its raw form as much as possible, to a very large extent. In fact, one should try and consume as much raw as one can. And frankly, for the last 5 years, I've been saying I'm going to do all raw, but I have not done so far.
I mean, it's somewhat
because we are victims of habits.
Absolutely.
So, but then when there's an issue, then you will find that when you have some issue with your health, you will not want to eat biscuits. You will not. You won't want to put them in your mouth. Your body tells you most of what you should practice. There will be no taste in your mouth. You will want to sleep. So all these are actions, right actions of the body, which is helping you to get well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just wanted to make a point, mention a point, as in today and yesterday we have been having we've had lots of people speak about let the land be, don't burn anything, let things settle in. The land will. I mean, the biggest thing out here is not to interfere, which is such a human.
Yes. So you're right. Natural health is very much like natural farming. So like when Fukuoka talks about do nothing, in fact, I used to read One Straw Revolution a lot. I mean, I used to read it when my son was really small, because the connections that he's made with, and he's wrote about health also in One Straw Revolution. So the connection between health, the body, and farming in the land is very similar. It's because we are throwing so many chemicals on our land, we have ruined it. By ruining our land, we have ruined our bodies, we ruined the air that we ruined water. So similarly with the processed chemical medicines, is that we have, because that whole manufacture of those is also causing a lot of damage to the environment and the soil that we grow our food in.
Correct.
So Fukuoka's One Straw Revolution did help me also to think along these lines. And there was other stuff other books that I also read. But more than anything, it was also the intuitive understanding that if one let ourselves think that way, that will help us in understanding what constitutes health and what does not. So if you let your intuition believe that the symptoms are helping you to take you to a higher state of health, you will find yourself moving to a higher state of health.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I must admit, I had a moment. I was wondering how we're going to, how is this natural health going to get connected? And I see it connect seamlessly, and it's not just relevant. Relevant would be a minor word, but it's so imperative, I think, to living that we look at natural health first, and we will find it everywhere in whatever we do. A natural way of being.
There is somehow there is because of the bombardment that has been done and the publicity and not publicity, the
Yeah, it's a fad.
indoctrination that we
Yes,
have received from the pharmaceutical medical compliance and
correct.
the fear that it has raised in our hearts, in our minds.
Yeah.
People, because I mean, life is sacred, and so
Yeah.
somehow you can do something like to the soil, but it's not. I mean, it's not affecting your body directly. It will, but
Yeah.
when it comes to your own body, there is a lot of fear involved. Even
Yes,
with
and more so after the pandemic. I mean, we're
yes,
witnessing the biggest.
yeah. If I may also talk about this current situation,
Sure.
we have been told that the virus is causing the disease, but the virus exists because of the disease, not
Correct.
the other way around.
Yeah.
So the virus is not causing the disease. It is
It's
the
out of-
morbidity, the toxicity, the disease which is there in the body, which
Yeah.
which is causing the symptoms. And what is happening is that we believe the symptoms like the chest congestion or the sneezing, the coughing, our own bodily actions, which are so natural, we
Right.
are made to feel afraid of them. We are
Correct.
told that you pick up a phone, you get these messages
Right.
that sneezing, coughing, fever, all that is bad. But putting deadly matter in your bloodstream in the form
Yeah.
of vaccines, that is all right.
That's
And
absolutely.
how humankind has come to make this very wrong connection is really something beyond me. And I think it is because of the indoctrination that we have received. So, like people have received this from the Green Revolution, how it will give us abundance and all that,
Right.
and how it has destroyed the soil finally. Similarly, with health, also we have received these messages from $1 trillion industry that it's going to get us wellness, but it really goes. It does not.
Barely does. Yeah.
Long run.
Absolutely. I mean, I also, even with the latest fads of eating and, that has happened, I still do find a lot of my friends who've really shifted to, various kinds of diets, non-milk and no, no, a whole variety of fat, just eating stuff that's organic. And
Yeah, that's nice.
yeah, it is nice, but I guess the entire approach to it needs a revision in terms of how we are viewing it. It seems to right now be more of a fad than a way of living, and I'm sure, I guess, with time and with our collective efforts, and where we can reverse the indoctrination and the conditioning that has gone on for so many years. Will definitely find its way, to reach the people in a wide way.
Yes, yes. Well, let's all hope. I mean, if there are initiatives of this kind which will help in making more people understand and be exposed to these issues. Hi.
Hello.
So my daughter just fixed the camera. So
Okay.
now I can see you.
Yes.
And yeah, so it is having these kind of conversations. It is hoping more people will listen to these voices. That's the only way, because we cannot expect the government to change. We cannot expect the pharmaceutical industry also to bring about any changes. So it is by people like you who will take these voices to the masses, and maybe someone will somewhere kind of listen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the hope. To take the message forward.
Yes. So
thank you so much, Vinitaji.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
any questions that people would have, or there's no time?
I guess no. I mean, I think it has been very self-explanatory in the sense that the way you've kind of aligned this entire discussion towards a natural health. It's something that
you had not planned.
It's a lot to chew on. Something that we have to that we all have to think over with our own choices, our everyday choices with regards to food and and lifestyle. So I don't see questions here at this point. Radha, if you have any question, or Pushpaji, if you have any questions.
I saw a lot of relevance between farming and the right health, and that is the
Yeah.
reason. So Vinita ji asked, I'm going to talk about health. I said, yes, I very well know I'm going to talk about health.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Bharat was not around, and then you asked me if I would talk. I said I'd prefer to talk on this.
No, I actually, when I stayed with you at Vanwadi,
Hmm.
we did have a small talk on this, and
Oh,
I
it
always
was,
thought,
huh? I don't
yeah,
remember now,
yeah,
but
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's nice.
I met you there too at Vanwadi.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
I'd come along with Ganesh and Sarita.
Oh, you come with Ganesh and so. Okay.
Yeah.
When was this?
This was a couple of years ago, 2, 3 years ago, 3 years ago.
All
I think
right.
when we were having the Vanutsav around that time.
Okay,
Uh,
okay. It's so nice to know that Vanwadi has been a meeting point for all like-minded people. Yes,
yes,
it's very nice.
more than one would imagine. There's a lot of people who've heard. And I've had very people even from outside of the city speak to me about Vanwadi, and they've attended the Vanotsav, been a part of it. And in fact, 2, 3 days ago, I was at Vikramgarh, this place which is a little ahead of Palghar, to visit a farm, and
Hideout, no, that's called.
not
Is
a
that it?
hideout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hideout is very close by.
Okay,
This
another
one
farm.
was Vrindavan Farms, started by
Vrindavan.
Gayatri Bhatia. And
Yesterday we had
Gayatri
Hemant
Bhatia.
around.
Yeah,
From Bhatia. Bhatia?
Gayatri Bhatia.
Gayatri.
She's very close to hideout farms. In
Okay.
fact, so she was also of this concern that she was wanting people to buy the surrounding plots. I mean, she's looking for people to buy surrounding plots in a way to preserve the greenery and to raise the greenery. So I spoke to her about Vanwadi and how it's a forest cooperative, and a forest can thrive only in a cooperative. It can't be owned, so it needs to have that sort of an approach, where everyone's sort of buying land around and creating.
Earlier we were looking for land for farming, just for our own family, just 4 or 5 acres. And
Correct.
for 3 years we were looking for land. And then
Right.
Bhagat came across this plot of land, and he said, instead of getting it doing farming, let's get into regeneration. And then the process started. When I had told him, don't talk about it for 10 years. You know how it is sometimes you start a project like that,
Right.
and you don't know if it's going to take off.
Correct.
So for
Correct.
the first 10 years, we were just kind of protecting the forest. A lot of saplings were brought, they were planted,
Right.
and all the work started of planting and doing water harvesting. But the species that really survived were the native species.
Right.
And there was a lot of work that really Bharat had handled because
Right.
I had children
Right.
to look
Yeah,
after.
yeah. I've
So,
been sort of a close witness to it through Ganesh and Sarita, and through my visits at Vanwadi.
yeah.
It's
So
massive work that needs
both
to
of you should come again because it's wonderfully regenerated. There's more greenery now,
Yeah.
and it's looking very beautiful.
Yes, and I also hear that you have an ecoversity now.
That's going on now.
Yes, and
So
students.
I go on weekends. Bharat is
Correct.
there over there,
Right.
and
Right.
Samatha we take turns. We're managing somehow.
Yeah.
We've got a good set of volunteers and participants, so
wonderful.
even then if you're not there, they sort of carry on. And Bharat is there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vinita.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for take your time out and come here.
Thanks.
Share your wisdom.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Our next speaker.
I'll leave.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah. Please do. Thank you. You're muted.
Satya is logging in. Give him 2 minutes.
Yes.
After Satya, we have Komal.
Okay. Lovely.
Satya would take another 5 minutes. He's just messaged me. He's reaching the place.
Okay.
Vinay, we have Satyajit here.
Hi Satya, welcome.
Hi, Vinay. Hi. I'm sorry I got delayed by 10 minutes.
Not at all.
That's okay. That's okay.
Understandable. How are you?
Good. Doing good, Vinay. How are you doing?
Not bad. Fantastic, actually. I've been really stoked about this, whatever's been happening since 2 days.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so feels really good to be part of this wonderful club of people, great minds, and great vision for the future. So
Super. I'm so excited to be out here. Thank you for inviting.
it's an honor, it's a privilege. Come. Please,
Yes.
would you introduce yourself to the house and take it from there?
Yeah.
I'm going to go off video because then the connection tends to be stable when I'm off video.
Yeah. And the duration is 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, feel free to extend if in case you would like to hit upon something important. But yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
So I'll start then.
Yep.
So hi everybody. Evening. I'm Satyajit, and I'm a farmer. And we run this farm, Two Brothers Organic Farms, along with my brother Ajinkya. So to give you a background of where we come from, so we both belong to this village called Bodhni, which presently I'm sitting and where our farms are located. We are sons of farmers who were kind of put into a boarding school in Pune with the idea that we never come back to farming and never come back to the village life. So I think at age 3 or 4, we were put in a boarding in Pune, and we completed our education in Pune. We did our masters in MBA in business administration from Pune University, and then got to doing jobs in Pune, Delhi, Bombay, and across. We had some experience across the world. So that's the background. We came back to farming 8 years back with the sole interest of doing farming, because while growing up during our childhood days and when we used to be in the villages for our holidays, we had seen the farm life. We had seen the life with livestock, rearing of cows, and how that was being done, how food was being grown organically, and in general how farming was done. And that kind of excited us, and we were attracted to it, but we didn't have the courage or the guts to call it quits and come back after education, because we were conditioned in such a way that farming, agriculture, or a career in the rural landscape is not what you study for, not what you graduate to do, not what you evolve to do. So we were put away from this for a very long time. I think 6-7 years into our job, we realized that this is not what we wanted, and our heart lies back in the village and in farming. That's what made us quit and come back to farming. And once we were here, I think we just soaked into what was going around during that time, the kind of farming that was being done. So it was mainly monocropping of sugarcane. Our village falls in the western Maharashtra belt, where sugarcane is the primary monocrop that's been grown out here, and all the sugarcane is supplied to a sugar factory to make sugar. So we saw that, we studied it, and we also realized through inputs from our co-workers on the farm, that the productivity of the land had been going down and down since the last whatever 2 decades, 3 decades, and on an average in a land where we used to produce 70 to 80 tons of sugarcane, now we were producing up to 30 to 40 tons of sugarcane. So it had halved, and this was alarming for us when we saw the figures. But farmers around us, and even the kind of farming we were doing, it went unnoticed, because the drop was gradual. It happened over a long period of time, and farmers had got caught in that entire circle of doing farming that way. So these points, these knowledge points, kind of made us think whether the kind of farming that we inherited and that we were going to do is the right kind of farming. We had heard about organic, natural farming, organic products mostly as consumers in urban areas when we were doing our jobs in Pune and Bombay. But at the back end, when we tried to reflect on who was doing organic farming, we thought it's a, it's an esoteric concept. It's been done somewhere in Europe and the US, in evolved countries, but in a country like India, we never found many farmers, and especially in Western Maharashtra, where we come from and where our village is, we didn't hear about anybody who was doing that kind of farming. So it is difficult to see that kind of farming being done. So we, for a year, we just continued what was being done. We were growing bananas and sugarcane monocropping. But all these input points were kind of making us reflect on whether we were doing the right thing or no. That's when somebody told us about a farmer near us who was doing mainly cow-based farming, and he was growing, orchards organically. That's when we decided to visit him and see, how he's been doing it practically as a farmer, and how is he being able to maintain and do this in a economically sustainable fashion. Because when we quit our jobs and got to farming, it was clear in our heads that, it's no hobby that we're taking up. Though if it's something that we love doing, we should derive our sustenance, be able to maintain our living standards, and be able to educate our children also, and do everything else on the basis of the farming. So we didn't want to run it as a hobby or anything. We wanted very clearly to make it economically sustainable. And then we saw this farmer who kept, I think, 110 cows of the indigenous variety, and who did this kind of farming. And it gave us some hope and some insights that, organic farming, natural farming can be done, and is being done by, some farmers across. That then initiated a year of entire study and visits amongst farmers across India. We went across south, west, east, and not east, south and west India, and to farmers in Maharashtra, very marginal farmers, who we got information that they were doing organic farming, and we wanted to see the kind of organic farming they were doing. So we went around and met them. Meeting each farmer was like reading a book, experiencing with all your five senses what they were doing, and speaking to them firsthand. Most of them were people whom we call illiterate, but were highly educated in our, with our understanding about what they were doing. And then after observing these practices and coming back, I think after a year, and after reading a lot of theory on natural and organic farming, we decided to pause the kind of farming we were doing and switch over completely to organic farming. And when I mean organic farming, many people ask us that, there are many kinds of farming that people do, and what is the difference between organic farming, natural farming, permaculture, traditional farming. Um, so we use the word organic because it is one of the most prevalent, words that are being used worldwide to denote the kind of farming we do. But our farming is mainly a mixture of mainly natural farming, and some concepts of permaculture that we imbibe in the kind of farming we do. So then when we came back, we decided to get cows of the Indian indigenous variety, mainly because we understood the importance of their dung as an inoculation of healthy bacteria on the soil. And we and kind of we study the science behind why only this cow's dung, why not a Jersey cow's or a Holstein cow's dung. And we got some inputs, and some foundation on why, and we started practicing this. The reasons being that this cow dung, is mainly, it's very well digested, so it is a host to a lot of healthy bacteria, compared to a Holstein's or a Jersey's cow dung, which is mainly acidic in nature, and hence doesn't host a lot of beneficial bacteria. And then you use this cow dung in terms of a slurry, in terms of some of the other mixture, or as cow dung manure to apply on your farm. And this being a carrier of all the microorganisms once applied on the farm, these microorganisms, which are a combination of your bacteria, fungi, nematode, protozoa, earthworms, etc., they get into the soil and start turning all the unavailable forms of nutrients to available form of nutrients, and and it's a it's a system. It's an ecosystem which kicks off, and the tree then starts deriving all its nutrients from the soil once the soil is healthy and rich with all these microorganisms. So that being the basic of all these soil sciences and the kind of farming we wanted to do, we started off and got the cows and started getting the manure and applying it on the soil and growing food. On the farm side, we understood some of the major principles that we had to imbibe. One of them was mulching. So all farm waste that was being burned it was now being utilized as mulching, as carbon that needs to go back into the farm. Mulching also helped us save on water evaporation. The farm required less water. It acted as a perfect breeding ground for all kinds of microorganisms under the mulching, and the mulching turned to compost over a period of time. So we started collecting all the dried leaves, twigs, branches, prunings, and started mulching each and every farm with that. The third concept that we followed was planting border trees around the farm. So you create a wall kind of a concept where you ensure that wind that is flowing from outside doesn't,
Windbreak.
yeah, kind of a windbreaker that doesn't take away the soil moisture and doesn't take away the carbon that is being emitted by all this mulching that you are doing. So we planted a combination of bamboo and suru. Suru is your Australian pine, trees that don't have long branches, but that grow to a tall height of close to 40 to 50 feet and act as strong windbreakers.
Yeah.
So that's something we did. We planted around, I think, 4.5 to 5,000 trees around the farm, which have now grown to a height of 40, 30, 30, 35 feet. The fourth principle that we used, and I'm enumerating the larger and the broader four principles. The fourth principle that we used was intercropping, mixed cropping, and progressing to a food forest kind of a system. So now we have, finally progressed into that. We have planted 13 varieties of fruits, your chiku, mango, coconut, aula, jackfruit, apple, fig.
Apple.
Yeah, we have also tried planting apples. Nobody has planted them in our geography, but we have got hold of indigenous saplings and we have planted them, and we'll see how they fare and how they do in this food forest kind of a system. We also then got hold of indigenous varieties of trees that grow in forests in India from a very long time, and primarily among these fruit trees, we planted bale, kate savar, kumba, bahua, shisham, maid shingi, shivan, avla, waval, kavat, moha, bakul, bija, rakta chandan, rita, bibba, palas, apta, varas, kuda, son, safa, varun, prajakta. So these are all Indian indigenous trees that grew in Indian jungles. We took a sapling of each variety and mixed it in the food forest. And now that food forest is growing with all these principles combined. While doing all this and while going about all this, I told you we had quit our jobs and come back to doing, and we wanted to make it sustainable and earn a positive income out of it so that we could do this, permanently.
Yeah.
So one of our very first experiences with marketing was when we grew papayas and we got it to the market to sell in the Pune market. And I remember, this the agricultural produce marketing committees, they open up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and we had got this. We had got the papaya to the market where every morning at 4 a.m. the auction starts. The farmer gets his stuff and the trader auctions it. And this was our first experience of our farm produce being, sold in the open markets. Till the time we were growing sugarcane, which was taken by factories, and we didn't experience how the APMCs and the agricultural mandis work. And we experienced that. We got the papaya. Now, the papaya that we grew was grown organically We also make a lot of panchagavya. So we had sprayed panchagavya and got it up in a healthy fashion. And the papaya was ugly in the way it looked because it was odd shape. It had spots on it, but inside it tasted like jaggery. It tasted uh, absolutely fantastic. So we thought that the trader would kind of eat it and then appreciate the taste value of it, the nutrition value of it, and then would give us a rate or a value commensurate to that. But when we experience this entire process of how the fruit was auctioned, it was quite surprising and it was quite alarming because the rate that we got in that day was around, I think, 4 rupees a kg.
Wow.
And yeah, and that didn't even ensure that we could afford the transport from the farm to the agricultural mandis. So the trader told us that goods are not sold by what they have inside and how they taste and what nutrition level and value and multiples that they have. But people in general consume a fruit or vegetable by the eyes first and then by the tongue. So it has to appeal to the eyes and then to the tongue later. And that was a learning for us. But the entire experience of how this went across uh, kind of stoked our self-esteem and our self-respect, that whether we wanted to this value was whether it was welcome or no, and whether we wanted our fruit to be sold in such a fashion where we
Right.
didn't control anything and somebody else made a value out of it based on something that we didn't give importance to.
Right.
So that is, until that time we never had any idea of making a brand or going about selling our produce. We just wanted to farm. But when we realized that if we don't get the right value, doing this kind of farming is not sustainable, and it's soon
Yeah.
that we'll have to wind up and go back to a city and take up jobs because we were not funded. We don't, and we don't accept any grants, donations, subsidies, schemes. We don't apply for any government subsidy schemes or anything. We wanted the entire model to be sustainable on its own merit. So that initiated a very strong response from us. I think one load we sold in the market, and then we decided we will not sell anything in the agricultural produce marketing committees, but we will try getting the right price for it in our own way. And then the second option, we didn't have a very strong second option,
Hmm.
so we tried searching for one. We tried searching for a second option, and being in a city and seeing how groceries and fruits and vegetables are sold in a city, we always knew about the existence of malls and organized retail chains. So we went up to a mall and told them about how we were growing, the kind of agricultural practices we were doing, and why our fruit was better and stuff. And then they agreed upon keeping our stuff, but they wanted uh, uh, documentation around it. They wanted certification that said our produce was organic. They wanted vendor codes and the basic documentation, which would take us around 6 months to give them. Not the organic certification. The organic certification takes around 4 years to come, but the other basic documentation to complete their vendor registration details and stuff. So we understood that this is going to take time, and by the time our orchard was harvesting, we were getting papayas every weekend. Uh, so the next, what do you do when your options are closed? And we didn't want to go back to the market and sell it at 4 rupees a kg. It was absolutely not acceptable to us.
Yeah.
So as a last resort, we caught hold of these, hand cart vendors who sell on the bridges, who sell fruits and vegetables, and we approached them because they don't require any vendor codes and documentation and stuff. And we told them about the story of how we were growing the food that we were selling. And we told them to help us sell it at the right price. So we sat with them and we told them that, boss, if you're selling another papaya for, they were selling it for 20 rupees on the retail price and they were buying it for 6 rupees from the market. We told them you'll have to sell this papaya at 40 rupees and we'll sell it to you at 20 rupees. So it was a bit difficult to convince them to keep it and sell it because it didn't make economic sense to them. But we sat with them and we did a sampling with their customers. Anyone who came, we made them taste this papaya and made them taste the papaya that cost 20 bucks. And when they found the difference, we told them, you'll have to pay higher to get this kind of fruit because it's nutritionally richer and it's better in taste and stuff. And then we saw that out of 10 customers, 6 customers preferred buying the organic fruit with the higher price. And that kind of gave us confidence, and that gave the seller, the vendor, the hand cart vendor also confidence, and it gave him better business. So I
Right.
think within 8 days, we had 6 to 7 hand cart vendors selling the papaya. So we should take it from the farm, go and give it to these guys, and they should sell it. And somehow we sold our entire orchard in a profit. But
Wow.
that made us realize that we were zero in marketing, we were zero in terms of selling. And what if the customer who tasted our fruit came back to the same vendor and told him that I want these farmers goods or fruits or vegetables? We didn't have any name to our produce. The final customer didn't know who we were exactly. Though if we had studied marketing and MBA as a course and as an education, we never thought about how to apply it practically. But when we were on the road selling our fruit in this fashion, we came to know the importance of a brand name and developing a name around what we were doing, and that's how the brand Two Brothers Organic Farms was born.
Right.
So we decided to name all our produce and make it a brand around this, make a website around what we are doing, a social media page around what we are doing. And that initiated the other aspects of marketing, where we took the fruit from the road, selling it to hand cart vendors, to finally selling it in organized retail chains and malls. Because by the time in 6 months, the mall vendor codes had come. So we got a healthy response from them. And then we went to many other organized retail chains. And I think for a year we sold to them till somebody in Bombay called us to come and do a market. It was a women wellness festival in NSCI in Worli, and they insisted we come because they had read about what we were doing, and they told us Bombay is the right place. There's a cosmopolitan audience that will understand what you're doing, and they'll appreciate it also. So we went to Bombay, and it was a Saturday, I think. We did that women's festival, and we received a very good response. And the next day was Sunday, and then many people who came to that festival told us about an organic farmers market run by Kavita Mukhi in Bandra on Sundays. And then we approached her and requested her to give us a stall, and that's how we started the farmers markets 3 years back, I think. And then since then, every Saturday, every Sunday, we're at the farmers market in Bandra, selling our produce firsthand, talking to customers, because we understood that it's not only about selling, but about creating an awareness, educating the buyer, telling him the entire story of how his decision to buy this kind of food affects soil health, biodiversity, water holding capacity, nutrition and fruit, environment, carbon sequestration, global warming, everything around it. In the meantime, being in Bombay every weekends, we developed quite a strong community out there, which we ultimately called it, and it's a not-for-profit initiative that we kind of initiated, which is called Organic V. It's a platform that does a market every Saturday in Dadar Parsi colony, and also works with community institutions like schools and colleges, establishing organic farming clubs and teaching children how to farm organically and grow food in their own school campuses, using the techniques that I just mentioned about. So we have around, I think, 1,000 students enrolled through Organic V. We work with the Bishop School in Pune. We work with the Polymath International School, where we handhold children to, do organic farming on the school campuses and grow food instead of aesthetic plants out there. So that's about Organic V, our kind of CSR initiative. Uh, After that, we realized that the growing importance of technology and how tech was, playing a very major role in how consumers were buying, and how we needed to be in everybody's pocket. And that is what led to us coming up with our own website, with our own mobile application. And all these might sound like great technology, but initially when we came up with it, were set up by our own selves through plug and play SaaS kind of softwares. And we did it ourselves. We didn't have a tech team to do it, nor could we afford somebody who charged us to do this entire setups. So we did this and we launched our own online shop, and slowly started getting traffic on the online shop. Slowly started building the back end where we tie up with courier partners, packaging. Then the packaging material evolved, switched to eco-friendly packaging, and I think word of mouth spread, and the products received good response. And I think in a 3 years period, we have successfully delivered to customers over 43 countries. I think close to 680 cities worldwide, with no middleman out there. Also, in a 4 to 5 day period, our farm stuff reaches their doorsteps, in eco-friendly packaging with our logistics partners. So this happened. It took us 3 years to do this. In the meantime, while we were doing all this, two sections were getting thoroughly, interested in what we were doing. One is the farmers who were watching us and observing us, because the kind of farming we were doing was, less, investment, less maintenance, and our crops were more pest resistant, more drought resistant. This year we had an excess rainfall, a very high rainfall, but not a single drop of water came out of a farm because the porosity of the soil has increased tremendously. So all the water kind of got to the water table down. So all these practices, farmers found them very interesting. They also were watching, and farmers get motivated by economics. Mainly 1% of them are spiritual in nature, and they will get inspired by the fact that organic is living and coexisting with so many of living organisms. But 99% of the farmers will always get inspired by the economics around farming, and so they realized that we were deriving a higher value for our produce. So then farmers started coming to our farm to learn about how we were doing this. And I think over the last 5 years, we've had over 9,000 farmers who have come to the farm. As we speak, also there are 6 farmers since morning who have come and who were taking through the entire process. We've also had visitors from 14 different countries who came, stayed with us, taught us a couple of stuff, saw what we were doing, and that helped us in building a very strong community, and which ultimately helps us in the marketing side. But on the farmer side, we realized that we have to handle farmers, and we initiated this entire section where now we have farmer relationship managers, kind of people who are re-educated in organic farming and who handle farmers right from the seed stage, growing stage, harvesting stage, to the marketing stage. So a farmer gets the right value for the organic produce he has been growing, and
Right.
also understands the long-term importance of what he's doing to his soil and to the other stuff around him. So in a nutshell, this is the story about Two Brothers Organic Farms, and this is how we went about doing it. So I
Fantastic.
think I've
Lovely
taken
job.
half an hour.
No, that's perfect.
That's perfect. Yeah. Very
Wonderful.
interesting.
And a wonderful journey. Like, you get to see
Yeah.
the progress of things, and it can be best only in your words, or in some, if you write a book about it, where one reads it, where one can detail, further things and make it sound like a plot. Yeah. So thank you so much, Satyajit, for sharing your story, your journey. Thanks for gracing this platform.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Our next speaker is Komal Thakur. I think she's around. She's joined.
Yeah.
And Komal is going to speak about. Hi, Komal.
Permaculture. I did send you a message and everything.
Yeah, you did.
Hi, Komal.
Hi,
Hey.
Radha. Hi, Vinay.
Hi.
So nice to be here, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we take Aparna also in?
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah. So I approached Aparna to speak. Aparna is like, Komal will speak. And
I will do Aparna. I just wanted to share.
but I want her here.
So,
Hi, Aparna. She's not, yeah.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
We would like to see you start the video.
We'll start with Komal and then at the end we'll
Sure.
I'll join.
Yeah.
Question answers. All right, great. Okay. Let me start with a little introduction to myself.
Sure.
So I'm Komal Thakur. I'm a permaculture designer, and I work with a very small team. That's Aparna, me, and Preeti. We have a small organization called Earth Forever. It's headed by Aparna, and we started a demonstration farm in Palghar about almost 2 years ago. Actually, we'll be completing 2 years this April. The demonstration farm is essentially used as place where we hold workshops to train farmers, especially farmers, on permaculture practices, principles. Maybe I can share some pictures here.
Certainly.
When we took up the farm plot in April 2019, this was pretty much what it looked like. It was really, really dry. The soil is cracked, and this is what most of that area looks like during the summers.
Right.
Yeah, and then we started working with soil rejuvenation, water harvesting, and sometime later, this is what it started looking like. We dug this pond out, so there was a lot of work that went into the farm. This is our mandala garden from the design stage to the actual building of the garden, and then once it was planted up, which is a very biodiverse kind of a planting that we follow. This is another area where the farmer who we work with, that's Vinayak Kumar and his family, they already had coconut and mango trees, and so they were not really wanting to plant anything near it. But we did insist that we could work with a certain guild plantation and be able to add in vegetables and other herbs that would grow over there. So this is what it looked like during the season time. We managed to build up a lot of biodiversity at the farm, which is really, really wonderful to see, because the whole point of permaculture is really to bring in the biodiversity. So whether it be from the harvest to the kind of insects that came onto the farm. But essentially, once the farm was set up, beyond the first year is when we started getting into workshops. And this is mainly with other organizations that worked in that area with farmers. So we would partner with them, and their farmers would come to us for a little training session. So one of the examples that I really like to talk about today, and I'd like to talk about permaculture, but in the context of a kitchen garden and in the context of how working with women farmers who don't really have great kitchen gardens themselves, they're also used to growing dals and wheat and other crops that the government suggests to them, that they don't really grow much for their own families. So I'd like to talk about how we took permaculture to them and the kind of experience we had with that. So this is a group of farmers that came in from Sukhbhumi, and we did a little training session with them. Then Sukhbhumi selected 15 key point farmers across 6 different villages, and each one of them set up a demonstration kitchen garden on their own sites, maybe 1 gunta or half a gunta. And now, about 8 months into the project, 7 more villages have joined in, and we have a total of 58 female farmers who are now setting up permaculture kitchen gardens in their backyards. This is what their setups look like. A lot of these are the main key point farmers' vegetable gardens. Some of the workshops that we held with them. We also work with some farmers at RA Forest. They actually live in the forest, so it's very interesting to see how they responded to the system.
Yeah, I see Vanita there, the RA lady.
Yeah, Vanita. The setup is at Vanita's
Pretty
how,
famous.
yeah, right in front of her house.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, a lot of volunteers came in to help us, which was great and great way to have a bit more connect with farming, and continued to have more workshops. But specifically with relation to the farmers, the female farmers that we work with, the first question that we get asked all the time, of course, is like, but ye permaculture kya hai? Matlab ye alag kyun hai? And it's always interesting because their systems are naturally, I would say, permaculture, the traditional systems. But they still seem to struggle because a lot of people have moved away from the traditional farming. And I wouldn't call permaculture traditional farming. So which is why I would like to just go through really how do we take them through the process of a design of a permaculture kitchen garden, and how do we explain the workings of it. So there are many definitions to permaculture, okay? But the one that I really love is the philosophy of working with nature to fulfill our needs. I think it's very important for a lot of people to understand that permaculture is a design process. It's, yes, be in sync with nature, yes, be minimalist, don't be greedy about stuff, but all of that comes in very automatically once you understand how nature functions. And that is the primary thing that we try to get across to them, that it is for you to get what's good for you by working in sync with nature. So what does it really mean? A lot of these women do understand what it's like to be in the jungle, and they have had a lot of forest experiences from their childhood, and some of them still live in forests or near forests, like Vinita at RA. So one of the primary questions is that, who takes care of the jungle? No one really, right? The jungle takes care of itself. The trees have flowers, the birds and the bees pollinate the flowers, the birds help to spread the seeds of the fruits, and that seed falls into the ground and a new plant comes into being. So really the system takes care of itself. It's what we call interdependence or symbiotic relationships. And permaculture, really, the ethics of permaculture is formed with this as a basis, that interdependence is really the core of how nature works. So like all other life forms, we have earth care. We too must take care of the elements of the earth and all the living creatures on it, because it is interdependent. They do that for each other. So we are not separate from it. We need to do the same. People care, we take care of each other. And if we can create interdependent systems even between people, that's the best way to increase our quality of life without damaging anything else, and at the same time raising the quality of life. We're not here just to live, we're here to thrive, as David Attenborough says. And working with surplus. Every other life form that is there lives on the natural resources of earth. They regenerate the natural resources. We're the only ones that deplete it. And so working with surplus ensures that we too regenerate the resources and live on nature's surplus. We don't deplete any of the resources. In this way, we really can live a life of abundance. So how do we work with nature, right? Nature's core philosophy is that life creates life. And if we follow this, we align ourselves with it, it becomes very easy for us to also become a part of the system. But how does nature do that? Through plants, right? A plant is the core central unit of any life. It has the capability of creating its own food. So how does a plant make food, right? We all know this. It's photosynthesis. Plant uses sunlight, air, and water. These are the three things. Another very important thing is minerals. These are the four things that plant needs to create its own food. Okay. Now, following this, we will create our kitchen garden design. Okay, and this is the process that we go through the farmers with. Right. So we say the first law of nature is to catch and store energy. So we know that all kinds of electric appliances use batteries, but where is our battery? Where is our energy coming from? Right. It's coming from sunlight. It's coming from the sun. The plant converts the sun's energy into food. We eat that food. So we're actually eating sunlight is pretty much how we can explain it the best way. It is the most important energy for us, and we need to harvest the maximum amount of sunlight energy for ourselves to run also, right? So we look to the forest. We see how does nature harvest the maximum amount of sunlight. It harvests it through multi-layers. You have different trees and different plants at different layers and even below ground that are all harvesting sunlight. Not a single ray of sunlight is wasted on the ground in a forest, right? So this is exactly the same concept we will apply to our kitchen garden, right? We will make sure that we create a live fence which has a boundary with at least 5 layers or 4 layers, right? We encourage them to do the tall trees, the shorter trees, the shrubs, the creepers, herbs, flowers, root vegetables. So this is all what we put around the boundary of our permaculture kitchen gardens. And in the vegetable beds also we encourage them to plant at least 3 to 4 different layers. So you have your tall vegetables, your short vegetables, you have your ground cover, which is your methi, your palak, you have root vegetables. So your vegetable bed is also following the same model of harvesting the maximum amount of sunlight that you can harvest into your vegetables, right? And one more thing, we can add one more layer, because unlike the forest, in a kitchen garden, we need to be more structured. We've seen that people do not necessarily always want to walk into a jungle when they want to harvest things, and foraging is natural to some and not so natural to everyone, right? So in between the beds, we also look at small prunable trees. You can have like your papayas, bananas, kadi patta, moringa, so many different types of trees that we can just plant in between our kitchen garden. So this gives us almost as many layers as the forest does, but in a much more structured environment in the kitchen garden. I'll go to the second law. Second law is nature's law of slow, spread, sink, and store water. So how does nature harvest water? And in a jungle, when the rain falls, first it slows down. The canopy of leaves on the tree slows the water down. It falls to the ground very gently, very softly. And there the plants themselves, the plants, the grasses, they act as barriers. They don't really allow the water to run off. So the water spreads across the ground really slowly. And because it's going so slow, it sinks into the ground. It's allowed to sink into the ground. From there, the tree's roots, the organic matter, hold the water around it. And the water gets stored in these underground aquifers, which then move out to give us springs. At the same time, some of it goes back up with the tree to create a natural local rain cycle. Okay, so this is what nature does. So what are we going to do on our farms to make sure that we can have water, that we can harvest water the way nature does? What we do is that, of course, we plant trees. We've already planted a lot of trees here, right? So we have enough plantation. So this itself will help us hold a lot of water in the ground. But something to keep in mind is that when we're just starting with the kitchen garden, the trees are going to be small, right? The plants are going to be small. So what can we do to augment this? What we do is that we dig little pits. We make tiny pits across our kitchen garden, which allow the water to stop and store in it. Now, there is a lot of contour planting that happens in permaculture, which is a great way to go. But when we're working with farmers in shorter periods of time, then the best way to explain this to them and to get them to understand a very simple way is that have a pit, dig a pit in the ground, the water will stay there, right? They understand this concept very clearly. They also understand the flow of water across their land. So if you know that this is the flow of water across your land, then you do a trench. We ask them to dig longer pits, trenches, across the top and the bottom for sure, right? So that is what allows them to hold the water as much as possible. This really helps them extend the growing season beyond. This is specifically for an area like Palghar, which is really hot in the summers, and after the monsoon, the water probably in the wells also dry up by January or February, right? So we've discussed harvesting sunlight, we've discussed harvesting water, and now the minerals. This is a very, very important aspect. The third law of nature is the law of return, okay? Nutrients, they come from minerals. Minerals are in the soil, but have you ever tried to eat iron, right? We can't really pick up a piece of iron and just eat it. It's the same way that plants cannot really directly absorb minerals into their roots. So how then do the minerals go through the roots and come to us? How does nature make sure that we do this? Through microorganisms. A lot of farmers understand that there are microorganisms, but still a deeper understanding of how they work is really not in place, I would say, for a lot of people. So this is a very important aspect, is that the microbes and the plant roots do have an interdependent relationship. The plant root gives them food, and the microbes in return eat the minerals and make them bioavailable to the plants. And that is a very special power that microbes have, right? So what happens is that different plants absorb different kinds of nutrients. The nutrients move from the plants to the herbivores, to the carnivores. And then the herbivores and the carnivores share their lovely rich excreta onto the ground. When the animals themselves die, they also fall to the ground in a jungle, right? The trees, they shed their leaves, the flowers, the fruits onto the ground. And all of this eventually goes to the microbe. And he has this little feast here where he mines all the minerals out of it and gives it right back to the trees, right? So this is how the nutrient cycle is established once the law of return comes into place. Everything returns back to the ground, and this is what establishes the nutrient cycle for us. So in our gardens, what are we going to do? We've put in all of these elements, but a very important part of it is being able to return everything that we get from the farm back into the farm. So to do that, we fill up these little pits that we have with all the biomass that we have recovered from our farm. And in the initial stages, we even encourage them to go out and forage for more biomass that they can get. There's so many leaves lying around on the ground, right? So we try and bring that whole biodiversity into the kitchen garden for them. Okay, but now imagine, if there are no frogs, what if there were no birds? If any part of this food chain is missing, what happens is that the whole interdependent system just goes for a toss, right? It will manage, but eventually the predator-prey ratio goes for a toss. And in that happening, we will lose the microbes in the ground. Okay, there will either be too little or too many, and that is not going to be healthy at all. That upsets the whole cycle. So we can really see how the principle of biodiversity works here to keep the cycle in place, right? So nature's fourth law that we take them through is biodiversity across all aspects. We're also part of nature's biodiversity. Our health is very, very dependent on the health of everything else on the earth. And by following this law of nature, we can ensure our health, the health of the earth, health of everyone. Remember, only life is going to give life, right? So how do we do this? How do we establish this biodiversity in our kitchen gardens and in our lives, right? We have to establish it above the ground and below the ground. Above the ground, we've already taken care of it. Once we've followed the harvesting sunlight, we've already taken care of that aspect by planting trees at different levels, by planting vegetables at different levels, right? What it does for us by keeping biodiversity above the ground, we harvest the maximum amount of sunlight possible. We get a lot of nutrition from it. The different plants provide food and habitat for different life forms. Okay, the waste from these plants will fall to the ground and they'll provide habitat for smaller insects and microbes. The law of return is initiated, the nutrient cycle comes into place, and so we get nutritious food for ourselves. And this diverse diet will make sure that we have a great range of nutrition for ourselves. Water will slow spread and sink. We will need much less water to irrigate our farms, and the groundwater of the community wells will also start filling up over time. Underground, okay. How do we establish this diversity underground? Clea Chandmal teaches something called the forest floor way. It's what we've followed at our farm and what we also train the women who we work with. But the essential, I won't get into the details of it, but the essential aspect is that we mimic the floor of the forest. And by doing that is the best way that we can create this biodiverse microbial life in our soils. Okay, so what happens in the jungle, right? The jungle, the soil is damp, it's moist, it's aerated, it's cool. It's a great home for the microbes. So we try to give them a really good home. And it's full with really, really yummy food for the microbes, okay? So we try and recreate that on our farmland. Okay, what we do is we try and collect as many different types of leaves. And this is a key part that we work with the women on, is that to try and bring together as much biodiversity as you can in the dried leaves and stems that you're picking up from around you, to create that so that we get as many different types of microbial life that will come to live with us. Okay. Carcasses of dead animals. In fact, a lot of women at RA do get a lot of bones from the tabelas around, and they've actually crushed that and used it into soil mixes. Sometimes they compost that, which we encourage them to do, is to compost it and then put that into the soil mix. So women can be very resourceful with all of this. The forest floor will also have a lot of excreta from very different animals. It will have excreta from different birds. It will have a lot of urine. And the microbes themselves that live in the forest, we bring some soil from under really old trees, and we mix them into the soil with all of these biodiverse foods that's going to really create a fabulous place for our microbes to live and to eat at. So the last part of this is that along with everything else that we have here, what we do is that we also have now created a very, very biodiverse system above ground. And we have used the soil mix that we created with the forest floor way, filled that into beds, okay? And this is what our beds are made of, which are now really microbial rich soil that's in the beds. And another very fascinating thing that happens is because the pits are also filled with biomass, okay? We fill them up with biomass. What happens is that from the bed, the microbes in the beds start traveling to these pits which are filled with biomass, and they start creating this underground network of a very, very healthy soil food web under the ground. This increases the capacity of our soil to hold water in it. This definitely increases the nutrition value of the soil and then eventually of our food. So the whole aspect here that we look at is that all we need to do is to follow certain rules of nature and create an environment that's conducive for life. The rest, nature will take over. Nature will do that on her own. Yeah, so this is the system that we've been using with the women to set up the permaculture kitchen gardens. And we found that they really respond very well to understanding permaculture in this kind of a very
interactive presentation. I mean, it's so fun. Lovely.
Thank you.
Various creatures and characters that you've created around them. Fun to look around.
Thank you.
Anyone would be glued to it.
Sorry?
I said anyone would be glued to it.
Yeah, we try to keep it really fun for them, because otherwise they're like, हाँ अभी आएंगे और कुछ सिखा के जाएंगे, and they come in thinking that they're going to be bored, But once they walked around the farm, and then we show them on ground, and then we take them through the theory of it, that this is what we're trying to do. We're really just trying to mimic nature to get the best out of it. I think there the true essence of permaculture is where it really settles in.
And it's just like building it up from scratch in sort of a way. You build up the farm and you build up the place, the land itself. It's wonderful to see that process. To see how, like, your first picture itself is very descriptive. It's like sunburnt, and the land looks almost parched and without a shrub of grass or anything. And to see what's happened, that sort of transformation, how many other times you've seen it and you've seen examples of it, it's still very refreshing, and it's so like it stokes life back into
Yeah, it's been really
Light of the body.
nice to have the opportunity to actually work on land like that and have the opportunity to completely turn it around. And, it's not like we have a lot of experience. We're also, I'm a new farmer. It's just been 4 years, but this understanding of permaculture and systems that work in nature has really, really helped us take this forward.
Right. In fact, would you call perma as, it is sort of a regenerative farming style. We had somebody earlier in the day, Melody, who worked at
Yes.
and she was also saying somewhat similar things like you were, to just, there are so many things that we, without clear knowledge about things, we end up burning them up or, not using them up. And it's all of it, such a vast reserve and a reservoir of microbes and things that are working in favor.
Right. In fact, that was a huge problem near our farm and in this whole area of Palghar where we work. Everyone burns the crop waste. They burn the crop waste. They burn the weeds. The weeds are like taken out like this before they plant, and not realizing that there is so much there. So on our farm, a lot of the mulching is done by the weeds of the area. So when they come, they're quite shocked. They're like, "Oh, you actually put it back on the soil," and we're like, yeah, look at what it's doing for us. It's saving water in the soil, So I think that is a very important aspect in this area that needs to be dealt with. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Komal. This was such a fun presentation. I think everyone should watch it. It should be at least, it's so interactive. It's so fun to watch. Everyone should, especially in schools, I see.
Actually, we're hoping to, I hope we're working on a booklet based on this presentation. So we will be creating a little booklet from Earth Forever that covers all of this. And we're hoping to
I'm sure that'll be a fun book to go through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aparna has raised a hand. Hi, Aparna.
Hello. Now you know why Komal is presenting. And
anything you'd like to add, Aparna, please?
Yes.
I just like to add that it's been such a incredible. The one thing I've just noticed, even just witnessing, actually, with learning with both Preeti and Komal and watching the women, is that the incredible knowledge that has been also shared across. Because when she speaks about putting all the different kinds of soil, they actually mention certain trees and biodiversity. Native biodiversity, and I feel a lot of interest and passion, and I've actually seen it in the farmer himself, who initially wouldn't be so interested, but because of I think this constant reiteration of the biodiversity required for the soil through the leaves, there's also a huge respect that occurs for the native biodiversity and trees that exist around, including the sort of wild forest foods, the trees, the plants, the grasses, all of that.
Right.
And because as this part of this process, it's just been interesting to also see the women respond very warmly to that, even when they came to the farm, how they just sort of wanted to pick off, like certain seeds and plants, and had a curiosity for all the medicinal herbs. And it's been an understanding that to respect like the whole system together, like as a really regenerative sort of ecosystem, like a permanent culture, as Komal always says, this is what permaculture is. And it's what you find in a forest. And to also know that they can create a very sustainable system, like they got so much of produce, the farm got so much of produce out even in just the 1 year, wasn't it, Komal? And it was incredible to see that, with all like, there were all sorts of medicinal herbs, shrubs, trees that were put back into the soil. And it created a really, really healthy ecosystem in a very short span of time. I mean, I've worked with natural farming and, people who've come in and helped with the tribal people in Wada. And we've gone for various sessions sharing techniques. But I have to say, this has really been one of those wonderful things to witness, where you find something just transform in such a short period of time.
The transformation, Sorry,
I'd like to actually just add to that. I think that's the whole thing. What happens is the whole perception is that natural farming and organic farming is this slow process. And I think that is where design comes into play. When you're saying permaculture design, why is it called a design process? Because you are using nature's own powers to be able to speed up stuff. You understand how it works and you work with that to speed up things. And this is something, I mean, Clea Chandmal speaks a lot about, that, it's about designing for your need. And if you need something to grow fast, you put in the right kind of stuff, you put in what you need to put in, and that's when you'll be able to really set up a robust system. Otherwise, every year you're at it and you're at it and you're at it. And this really cuts down the work. And I mean, I have to say a lot of this is based on Clea's Forest Floor Way and her Earth's Logic. So a lot of these concepts have come from her, and I'm very thankful to having learned that from her, and of course from Narsanna at Aranya, which was my first PVC. So yeah. But yes.
Any thoughts on? I mean, what thoughts? How come you decided on Palghar? And I mean, was there any idea before starting out in Palghar, or was it just where you got land and therefore you?
Aparna.
So I'll just share actually interestingly. So while everyone says, oh, this is your land, you guys, it's actually the farmer's land. We work with him on his land. Right. And very many years ago, I think Satyajit was mentioning, how some farmers go through this very spiritual experience of having to connect to a space. Right. So I think we had to connect to these wonderful farmers near Ganeshpuri in Palghar. And interestingly, he was one of the few farmers very many years ago when we were doing organic, when we were trying to grow indigenous rice and red rice. He was the first one who said, I know there's a lot of chemicals in the rice, and I think I'd like to try. I'd like to be one of the people who sort of try something, and he was going to get married, and he said, I'm thinking when I start a family tomorrow, I shouldn't be feeding them chemical rich food, I don't want it to be in the soil, because he knew how much urea was going in every single year, even just to grow rice. So it started from that very fledgling, and then every year I sort of came back either with seeds and a lot of people came and visited. And then I think when we got this opportunity, actually we got a small grant, and it was exciting because then we could all sort of work with the farmer on his own land, which was great, So that's kind of where it started. And it's interesting to see how passionate they are, and they all, now when they grow, they also used to grow early, and they say now, no, we want to grow in that soil. So that's the one. And he very enthusiastically shares it with other people. Other people come, they don't even have to go to the mandi. People come to them to buy vegetables and food from their own village. So it's a very interesting, they don't even have to go to the market in Ganeshpuri to sell. He was saying the people from the village just come over and buy from him directly.
Right. It's a very interesting system. I mean, so one doesn't have to buy it. You just take it you work with the farmer on his own land, and is it some sort of a contract sort of a system, or how
yeah, so there is an understanding and a contract. As a main part of this is like a training, because we are not actually selling the produce. We've gone into more on the training aspect, and to really for it to have an effect where other people want to take it on. Right. Other farmers would want to take it on. I have to say a few years back, I was involved in helping sell the vegetables, but I think it's really hard work to do it both ways, to want to share and spread the knowledge, and sort of come into the market and sell at the same time. So we assist or facilitate where they can be linked with other people, who can sell for them. Like when the rice, there were people who actually bought out the rice and then sold it ahead. But they bought it at a very, very fair price. They bought it at maybe 60 or 70 rupees from them, and then, which was great, which is not something they would otherwise get, 15 or 20 rupees or something like that, sort of per kilo at that time is a wholesale price. So I think we realized that our strength and our passion also lies in sort of sharing this knowledge. And now we are seeing that across with the women, and who already are very enterprising. Like women are extremely, the women we work with are already dehydrating products. They make papad, they do all sorts of, they dry moringa, and they do curry patta powder and all sorts of chutneys, and very, very different interesting products. So it's an understanding that we had, and it's huge trust because I knew him over the years, but it was something that just, I think they saw the difference, and that made a difference. That's what really happened, They had faith in the system.
And what happens why we did not want to just take up a piece of land and start our own farm as a demonstration farm there was primarily because we felt that if we work directly with the farmer, when that farmer and his family starts believing in our system, so when we do the workshops, Vinayak is there with us, or his father is there, or someone from his family is, then they actually talk of their experience.
Yeah.
And so the women that come, or whoever comes to our farm for a workshop, they get to hear it from the mouth of the farmer. Right. And that faith is something that we can say whatever we want. The belief comes that Vinayak said this, uska to farm hai na, why would he say this unless he really felt it? So they really trust, they trust the system much more when they see that it's worked for a farmer as opposed to for an urban person who's not part of their social network, So that really worked. And for us with Vinayak, it's quite simple. And even in terms of the contract that, this is going to remain to be a permaculture demonstration farm for the next 10 to 15 years. And whatever he wants to do on the farm beyond that, he's welcome to do it. But as long as it's maintained with the principles of permaculture so that we can continue to use it as a base to teach. So I think, and we did it with him because he wanted to be a part of something like that.
It's a fantastic model.
He did.
I can't stop wondering about it in the sense, like you've just, how long were you training the people before, and how long have you been training people in permaculture before, you started this as a program?
So we had, when the farm was about a year old, and we had a few systems up in place. The Mandala Garden was up and running, the food forest just been planted, and there were different aspects where we really had something to demonstrate on the farm. So even though it would take us another 2 to 3 years to really reach the full glory of the farm, but we had enough to start. In fact, a lot of people who Aparna worked with, a lot of the organizations she had worked with in the past, started approaching us saying that, hey, we have a group of farmers, we've been teaching them this, they would come to our farm, see the biodiversity, see how things were, and ask us to hold sessions for their farmers. So that started immediately after the first year itself. And I think the project with Sukhbhumi, we had taught them, we had done the workshop with them in January 2020. And now in 2021.
Actually, December, it was actually the December, just before the New Year, 30th of 2019. So actually it was in the same year.
Yeah. So it was December 2019 that we had our first workshop with them. Just before the monsoons, they decided that they would start their 15 demonstration gardens themselves. And then we were already in the lockdown at that time. So we started having video calls and WhatsApp calls with them and trying to facilitate as much as we could remotely. And then from September is when we started visiting the farms and giving hands-on feedback and more sessions to facilitate the process better. And now it's 58 women, so that's
they're planning to go to another 100 or something, 50, another 50 will be.
So Bhumi is an organization started by the women themselves, or is it? Are you guys?
So Bhumi has been it was started by, I think, a lady from France very many years ago, almost 25 years ago. So she started, there are a few organizations that have already been working in the area, working with women. And she was one of the people to take an initiative with, there's a lot of nutritional, so a large part of also the biodiversity is also addressing the nutritional deficiencies. So there are a lot of nutritional deficiencies which the women and children face in that area, a lack of iron being one of the primary ones. So that was, they started sort of creating sort of basic kitchen gardens addressing that. So growing certain foods that would sort of restore their nutritional needs of the family. So this really then connected, then we connected with one of the trustees of Sukhbhumi. And they're also actually a group of very, very enterprising women, some of whom are farmers themselves, which is why it's fantastic, which is why they are training and their understanding. Yeah, because honestly, as what Komal said very correctly, until it's been your truth, until you've sort of experienced it for yourself, you cannot really share it with others. And we have seen one thing over the years, there's nothing like one farmer sharing with the other farmer, because he can see it's coming from his experience. That's a very, very big difference, and it's very different from also seen the difference when people have sort of in that area, not maybe elsewhere, but in this area, when they just sort of rent the land. People don't see it as their own land, even if they go and sort of work there. They feel like this is not possible on my land, you know. So interestingly, one of the farmers there very many years ago had said that. So it was great that we finally worked with a farmer from that very same village where those people said that this is not possible. It's not possible for us to create this kind of biodiverse haven on our land. And now they're actually seeing it for themselves. And there are a few who are also taking an initiative to sort of learn from this system and incorporate it on their own lands. So with Subbhumi again, they're women. They just take their speed is another level altogether. They just like run with it, and they started interestingly during COVID. We had our sort of reservations of sort of waiting till September, but I think Komali, they took the initiative in June itself or July. They said no, we'd like to start. We'd like to pick up the material.
Do this before the monsoon, because then otherwise we'll miss out on that whole.
Yeah, so they started before the monsoon itself. They took that an initiative because they realized there was such a huge issue even with the rations, and they couldn't go to the local markets to buy their own vegetables, which they earlier used to depend on. So I think a large part of this was about also addressing that aspect in their own villages.
Fantastic. This is such amazing stuff to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Komal.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And we've got to learn so much through hearing everyone else too. It's been fantastic.
It's been a great ride, and quite an unexpected one too, because we had precisely a day or two to put this whole thing together. In fact, we were done with yesterday, and we said, oh no, maybe you should do another day, because there was a whole lot of speakers who we had not got onto this. So we extended it for a day more.
This happened.
Yeah.
Thanks,
guys. Sorry?
Is Julius speaking?
Julius is...
Didn't reach him. Yeah. Bharatji is speaking after this.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And we all have the pleasure of knowing each other. So that's another wonderful
that's
thing.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, Aparna and Komal. We'll catch up.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. So is Bharatji ready, or is he around?
So I'm trying to reach Bharat.
I think if he managed to get through to him, is he still at Manwadi?
He was to come to the village to do the talk.
Oh. That place is the death of any network, which ideally it should be.
No, he told me that before 6, give me a call. I'll be there in the village just for this talk.
I'm just going to take a short break. I'm around.
Yeah, let's take it.
Turning off my video. Hi, guys. To everyone who's present, panelists and attendees. Mr. Bharat Mansata is still to reach the village from where he can make a call. He's currently at Banwadi. So he's asked us for a little more time, another half an hour, roughly. So I hope you can still be around. He's going to join us at around 6:30. So I'm so sorry about this. But there's little network in Banwadi, so we understand Bharatji's position as well. So please, we're going to you can disconnect and we can rejoin at 6:30. All right. Bye.
Hi, Vinay. Bharat is joining in a minute. You there?
You're not on mute now. I can hear you.
Hello. Hello, can you?
Namaste. Good evening, Bharatji. We can hear you.
Okay, yes, Radha.
Radha here, yeah.
Okay, it's okay. You don't really need to see me, no?
We'd love to see you.
We would love to see you after
Okay.
a long time.
I haven't stayed for a
helps,
long time, but let's put it on.
Right.
Yes.
If it helps in your connection being stable, then you can turn it off.
Yeah, if you can't hear me, then I'll turn off the video.
Yes,
fine.
yes, yeah.
Fine. Just okay. You can see me now.
Yes,
It is,
yes, very well. Yeah.
It's a bit dark. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's get on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So tell me if you have any questions or any plan on how I should continue this interaction.
If you'd like to speak something on the subject of natural farming and probably the birth of Vanshakti and something related to that.
Okay, sure. So, well, natural farming is obviously something which has to be close to nature. And really the purest form of natural farming is, regeneration of the forest with all its uncultivated species and living on what nature provides, So if you imagine human existence about 10, 15,000 years ago, they say that the history of farming is about 10,000 years old, and some put it at 12,000 years old. But essentially not more than 15,000. It's minimum 10,000, maximum 15,000. And before that, humans evolved, they survived. And they were living directly on what nature provided them. And it was all food that was growing uncultivated in the wilderness, in forests and grasslands, from the water bodies. So that would probably be called the purest form of natural farming, where we live directly on nature and really do nothing. And it's estimated that there are something like 80,000 species of plants which provide human food, humanly edible food. And this is not counting the many varieties of different species. For example, in amongst cultivated crops, rice would be considered one species, but apparently, India has something like 200,000 varieties of rice. So 80,000 plant species, leaving aside the innumerable varieties of plant-based foods, were provided by nature directly through uncultivated wilderness, whether forest, grassland, or whatever. So that would be the purest form of natural farming. The next closest would be a form where you cultivate a forest, a food forest, mimicking nature. So someone like Bhaskar Save, who I consider my guru, mentor in all aspects related to farming and grassroots understanding of ecology, he is an outstanding pioneer in natural farming of tree crops. So the way he goes about it is, if he is developing an orchard, the very first time when he works on the land, there's a single time tillage of the land, digging of pits, and interplanting of short life, medium life, and long life species. Long life species would be anything.
Bluetooth.
Sorry?
Bluetooth connected.
I'm sorry. What was that? What's happened?
Could you repeat what you just said?
Hello. Did I lose you somewhere? Did you lose me somewhere?
No, you were fine. It was just my Bluetooth speaker coming on. Sorry.
Okay, so I'll continue on natural farming. So the approach Bhaskar Save has to natural farming is to mimic nature, to create a food forest. It is not a naturally regenerated forest, but it is a forest which is planted. So when he does this planting of an orchard plot to raise, say, fruit trees, which would give him a food forest, he'll have an abundance of different fruits, maybe nuts as well. You integrate drumsticks. So you have other kinds of stuff also available, but essentially food trees, but a cultivated pattern of food trees, which is grown mimicking nature, in which he does tillage just once when he starts plowing the land, and he interplants this mixed variety of species, which he calls short life, medium lifespan, and long lifespan trees. And then he never ever again tills the land. So that way, he is very close to minimum disturbance natural farming, where there is no other disturbance to the land apart from tillage. Of course, he doesn't use any chemicals, so he doesn't violate any of those laws. In the initial 1 or 2 or 3 years of his planting, he does look after them. He may supplement with some dung manure, some compost, some mulch, takes care of irrigation needs, sees that the trees are not overshaded by wild vegetation, and he looks upon this initial phase. As organic farming, and within 2-3 years, he has to do very little. So the way he explains it is, when a tree is young, it needs some care and attention. It's like a baby. When it grows a little older, it looks after itself. And then when it grows even a little more older, it looks after the farmer. So his natural farming of tree crops is with minimum human intervention, and progressively achieves less human intervention, when finally very little needs to be done by the farmer except for harvesting of produce. In some crops, if he's growing things like coconut or chiku or bananas, these are crops which do need some amount of continuing irrigation. But in many crops, you can reach a stage where finally almost nothing needs to be done by the farmer, and except for harvesting the produce and eating it. So that is the case even with forest trees. You get jumbuls, you get maua, different kinds of forest fruits, including mango. So there, nature has provided this, and you are eating of it. So that I would consider the next purest form of natural farming. Natural farming has also been used by Masanobu Fukuoka, who actually popularized the term natural farming more than any other farmer, with his book called the One Straw Revolution. So his is a form of no-till farming in field crops, not necessarily in tree crops. And in Japan, he was able to do this to achieve a no-tillage system of natural farming with a succession of field crops, an overlapping succession of field crops, so that the soil never got really hard, and there was always green cover on the soil. And while there was a standing crop ready for harvesting, he would sow the seeds for the next crop. So he never ever had to till the soil, even with his field crops, something which we have not been able to achieve in India, largely because climatic conditions are different. Japan has a more distributed rainfall, whereas most of India has rainfall in the 4 tropical months of the monsoon from mid-June to, say, October. So in Indian conditions, natural farming of tree crops is easier to manage, and we've got geniuses like Bhaskar Save. He passed away, but he inspired 3 generations of farmers, organic natural farmers. So he says the early stage of development of a natural farming thing is like organic farming, where there's role for human beings in nurturing the crops planted, but progressively they become independent, and then finally nature is entirely looking after herself with very little or no human intervention. And yeah, so these are the 3 kinds of natural farming. There's of course also a gross misuse of the word natural farming, which you find among some proponents of natural farming who have also popularized the term natural farming further in India. But it is a loose use of the word. I feel it is closer to organic farming, where a fair deal of human intervention by the farmer does continue, and very little of it is targeted to achieving a stage where what is planted becomes entirely independent, and it's nature looking after herself as well as the farmer. I can share some articles and books on this subject. I was unable to do it earlier today, but I can do it. So about an 8-10 page article I have is called The Gandhi of Natural Farming. And if you want to know more details, there's a book by me called The Vision of Natural Farming, written on Bhaskar Save, which I'd be happy to share. Yes. So does that answer your question for the time being on natural farming? I'd be happy to clarify any point.
Yeah, it does suitably put the point in perspective. We've had a lot of talk on natural farming, organic farming, permaculture,
yes,
and all of that, which are coming under like some strains of natural farming. But I guess, do you think we need to be very rigid with the term natural farming in the sense of, because permaculture does involve some design, as opposed to what you were speaking of, which is not touching the land, let the land heal itself and do the work itself. I mean, what you do is just assist the most.
So permaculture is a body of knowledge collected from different practicing farmers from all over the world. And, there was Bill Mollison and David Holmgren, who are considered the fathers of who coined the word even permaculture. So they have taken from a lot of traditional elements all across the world. And they also have high respect for this approach to natural farming, which minimizes human intervention, because essentially they want to create stable, long-lasting, permanent systems which need human intervention. So permaculture comes from permanent agriculture. So the approach is very much in harmony with natural farming, and they do take elements also from natural farming, and together with that they do design, like they would have a windbreak, they would have the positioning of different elements, what is harvested closest to the house in zone 1, then zone 2, which what you harvest next, and your forestries. And there are lots of elements. It also combines different aspects, considerations of water in the system, of energy in the system, including sustainable habitat. They use the term social permaculture, so it's also with social relationships. So it's a very broad term. And there is no contradiction with natural farming. But if one really looks at terminology carefully, natural farming is more specifically, you can say, at the bare minimum, farming in harmony with nature.
Right.
And in the purest form, it is a do-nothing kind of farming, which is not achieved immediately, but it can be achieved in stages, at least 1 or 2 or 3 years. It's possible.
But is that possible even with crops like rice and?
No, exactly. So I clarified that in field crops, some things are immediately different. All our field crops are either few months or maximum 1 year. They are seasonal crops. So even if it's 3 months old, or even if it's say 9, 10, 12 months old, you have to go through the cycle of harvesting and replanting. So it doesn't really fall in the purest form of natural farming, but the term itself, natural farming, was popularized by someone like Masanobu Fukuoka with his book, The One Straw Revolution, called An Introduction to Natural Farming. And that book was, after it got translated into English, it was translated into 60 languages all over the world, including at least 6 Indian languages. So natural farming is also seen in the context of field crops, but it has a slightly different meaning, in the sense that Fukuoka would say you do field crops without chemicals and without even tillage. So it is pretty close to nature. Of course, it's not 100% a permanent system, because every year you are sowing afresh. At least that much has to be done. So it is natural farming in a broad sense, if you look upon natural farming as farming in harmony with nature and minimizing human interference.
Correct. Do you think that's realistically possible to achieve natural farming? I mean,
in India, many people have tried it after reading Fukuoka's books. But as I explained earlier, ours is a tropical climate, with our rains concentrated in 4 months of the monsoon. And by the time it's March, April, May, the fields are harvested and exposed to the sun, and they become hard. And it's very difficult to grow a succession crop with no tillage. So bare amount that is needed is light tillage. And if you have an irrigation system going, it is also possible through irrigation to have a succession of crops, so that you don't really have to till. But there is another problem with continuous irrigation, because it's only rainwater, which is pure distilled water, which goes up into the sky as vapor, as clouds, and comes back as pure water. But all other water sources, including water which we draw from our wells, our bore wells, from our canals, is water which has been in touch with earth over a period of time. And during that contact with earth, it dissolves certain minerals. And when you say irrigate a field, say a rice field, where usually it's flood irrigation which is adopted, you do flood irrigation of a rice field, a lot of the water will evaporate. And when that water evaporates, this dissolved salts in that water get left behind on the land. So what happens, it's a very, very thin film of salinity that is caused. It's salinization which is happening progressively over the years. And they say, even say in the Middle East, it was a zone where agriculture was born, and there's a part called the Fertile Crescent, which was extremely fertile, extremely productive. But even before chemicals came into the picture, by having continuous irrigated farming round the year, and this process of insidious salinization, increasing very, very little at a time, in over a century, 2 centuries, uh, their fields also became saline. So it was a man-made desert, what was once considered the Fertile Crescent. So to do natural farming, minimizing tillage by doing irrigation round the year is sometimes, your solution is worse than the problem. Rather, it is okay to do light tillage in summer when the organic life of the soil has migrated a little lower. The tillage which you do to the soil is far less harmful than trying to achieve total overlapping of crops and total no-till system through irrigation, which has this other problem, that if some of the water evaporates and causes slow incremental salinization, even if you don't use chemicals, it's still harmful to the land. So, farmers like in Bengal who do 3 crops of rice by irrigation, when you get only actually 1 crop through rainfall, they are really endangering their land. And it's far more than, the farmers of the Fertile Crescent time a few hundred years ago, because it is compounded by chemicals. You have dissolved salts in the water as well as the additional chemicals which you add. So, no tillage kind of systems make no sense. And it's very strange that in modern times, people are adopting this no tillage system under a modern term called conservation agriculture, where they say they are doing no tillage and therefore they are close to natural farming. But the absurdity of many of these conservation agriculture people is that they use herbicides, and herbicides are terribly harmful to the soil biota and the vegetation. So I mean, it's ridiculous to avoid tillage and harm the soil in worse ways. Yeah, so that is I would say, yes, to answer your question, it's difficult to achieve a pure no tillage, do nothing kind of farming system with field crops in our kind of conditions, but it can certainly be done with horticultural crops and tree crops.
Okay. Right now, I'm going to put it out for anybody amongst the panel or the attendees to ask any question that they might have. With regard to hydro farming.
Hydroponics, are you referring to?
Hydroponics, yeah. Would that be considered natural farming as well?
Not at all. It's probably the furthest extreme from natural farming, because they grow in a soil, they're supposed to grow in a soilless medium. And the earliest hydroponic proponents, they would deliver chemical nutrients, mineral nutrients dissolved in the water directly to the plants. It's a very high investment kind of a system, a semi-industrial kind of farming, which is the furthest from nature. You have a modification of that system called aquaponics, which uses, fish culture and stuff like that, and recycles those kinds of stuff, those kinds of substances without using artificial chemicals. That is at least closer to nature, but it is still far from natural farming.
If you're creating the setting, then it is not natural farming. If you're creating a setting, then it's not natural farming.
Yes, I mean, there are many things which are unnatural, the energy, all the flow systems, the high investment, Many of the people who got into aquaponics realized that it's an expensive proposition, and that is one of the reasons it is not spreading so fast.
Mm-hmm. I think, the cost factor is a huge deterrent.
Yeah, well, when a land degrades terribly and our soil is, like desert soil, or you are going into a moonscape, then you might have to do aquaponics. Hmm. But as long as things are not so bad, we can find easier methods of growing our food in harmony with nature, which are less expensive as well.
What would be your advice or message to the ones, to the new breed of farmers, city dwellers who are buying farms and looking towards getting closer to nature and eating their own food that's grown in their own backyard? What is your message and what is your because we've had so many
Yes.
out here speaking about the experiences.
Great.
Some really, what
First
would
of
you,
all, I'd encourage you are on the right track. Looking after the land and being able to grow your food, or at least some of your food, is a step in the right direction. Take control of your health, take control of your life, you know, and the future of your children. It's a critical element. So I would very much encourage that. All these people who do it are on the right track, but you need to be realistic. You know, that everything is a learning curve. You can't be a great musician overnight. You have to have so many years of talim. Like in almost any field, like music, if you say consider Indian music is an ocean, so is Indian agriculture and the world of nature. It's an ocean. There's endless learning. So you have to get through that learning curve. Many of us city people have to understand crops, even recognize crops, know the differences, and even the same crop in different places they're planted at different times. You have to work together with experienced traditional farmers, understand basic strategies, get exposed to the field. So it's a learning curve there. Plus, there are sorry, there's a tractor going behind. Yeah. So plus there are factors like if your soil is degraded, it will take time for the soil to get regenerated and give you yield. you know Many places seeds are lost, so even if you have good soil, you have good traditional knowledge, you know unless you get recover and save your own seeds, perhaps in a community system with local farmers, you again fall into a very problematic kind of a situation. And then of course there's a question of whether you're growing your food for just your own needs, or also for the market. So if you are trying to get some cash income also from farming, you must realize the vagaries of the market. One year the prices of something is very high, and the next year every farmer is growing that, and the price crashes, and you don't even recover your input costs. So these wild fluctuations of the market, which are temporal as well as manipulated by big, medium, middlemen, all these people controlling the food supply, is something which makes commercial organic farming or commercial natural farming very dicey. There's the other factor in if you are looking to earn money from farming, say organic farming or natural farming, is that organic farming, natural farming abhor monocultures, whereas the markets love monocultures. They can't handle tiny surplus quantities of say a few dozens of kinds of produce. Half of them may be perishable. The market system finds it very tricky to deal with all these kinds of things, where you have a polycultural farm, he's got 50 varieties of things growing, but nothing on a really significant scale. He has small surpluses of everything else. So the purest form of the more genuine form of organic and natural farming, which works in polyculture, is difficult to achieve in commercial farming. So one should not be under any illusions that uh, within 2, 3, 5 years you can become a successful commercial organic or natural farmer. It's a tough job. Learning curve, soil regeneration, seeds, market vagaries, all these things one has to be considered, but you are still on the right track. You're living for the right future. Everything else is going to go downhill far more quickly.
correct, correct. One question which might seem political, but that's not the intention at all. Is any reform that you would like to see in the farm sector that India probably has like turned its back on, or has become a sleeping giant with regard to not waking up to what is
Yeah,
pressing?
sure. We need reforms in our farm sector. Plus, for a starter, in our understanding and policies, we should stop paying just lip service to organic farming and natural farming and zero budget farming and whatever you call it, and really translate them into clear policies on the ground. It's not a level playing field at all. You know, there are huge subsidies for chemical farming to the tune of 100,000 crores just for chemical fertilizers and lots of other kinds of subsidies. So you are enticing the farmer with cheap, highly subsidized materials which you cannot sustain. Because these are all non-renewable resources. We must remember that 75% of India's fossil fuels are imported, and chemical fertilizers are highly fuel intensive. You need a lot of naphtha and fossil fuels to make your chemical fertilizers. Then that's even just for your nitrogen. Even your phosphorus and potash, they are both in limited quantities. Some, they say, will get depleted in the next 20-30 years. So if we follow the NPK model of chemical farming, we are definitely losing out. So that is why you had this World Agriculture Report next to the climate change report. It was one of the largest studies on agriculture in the world, which went on for 4 years with more than 400 agricultural experts, more than 1,000 multidisciplinary reviewers discussing agriculture and all its various aspects. And they came up with some 2,500-page report with a summary of 120 pages called it's called the Indian IAASTD, International Assessment of Agricultural Science and Technology and Development. And the short form of it is also called the World Agriculture Report. And the very first sentence of that summary report is that the business as usual is no longer an option. So, the future of chemical farming is not there. It's doomed. It's the inputs will not be available. There will be progressive degradation of soil, huge amount of water usage. So there are 100 things which are problematic with agriculture as we see it, and we do have to go to an organic direction, an organic, sustainable, closer to nature, whether you call it permaculture or XYZ. But we ditch many of the unsustainable, harmful practices and go closer to the more organic, natural practices, even if it's incremental.
I guess with that note, Bharatji,
okay, it's a pleasure. And yeah, at some point of time, if you can share the link, I'd be happy to have it. If you put up the recording somewhere available on a link, I'd be glad to have a copy of that link.
Sure, I'll send it to you across. I'll mail you. I'll email you the link.
Okay. Is there anything which I may have missed out on, which you would like me to just quickly go on, or is that fine?
I wish. Yeah, I wish. I'm not able to think of more questions, but I would like to ask you. Actually, there's one thing about Banwadi as a cooperative forest. How? I mean, like, of course, people are buying plots of land and want to do agriculture. And there was a talk with somebody who's who's been doing this in her farmhouse for some time, for over a year, for over a decade, and she's been seeing that there is a gradual depletion in green cover because of all the industrialization or whatever that's happening. So in her bid to try and keep the green cover, it's encouraging a lot of people to buy farms in surrounding areas. What would be your advice to people like that who are trying to build, have a sort of forest cover, dedicated forest cover around.
It's vitally important. It's vitally important to have more of forests. I lost
follow.
you. Just
What's
repeat,
the model?
please.
I was saying, what is the model that one should follow?
The model, MODEL? Well, yeah. Well, first of all, we must have some faith in natural regeneration. So even just protecting the land from damage, minimizing, regular cutting of trees and vegetation, not using chemicals. These kinds of steps already go a long way. And in the case of Vanwadi, we were very lucky to get land where this was the max. This was good enough to give us a good start. Just protecting the land from further cutting, disturbances to the soil. There wasn't any chemical usage before us, and there was none after us as well. So we had we were very lucky that in 26 years, our place, which was cut down just a year ago before we bought it, has regenerated into a wonderful forest. So with over 120 traditionally useful species, including 50 varieties of wild uncultivated foods. So these are examples of what nature has provided directly without any human intervention, not even planting. So yes, the forest is important. Regenerating the forest is important. Things can and should be planted as well. We need to plant, more of food crops.
Yeah, what I was looking for the word is like forest cooperatives, like a way.
A forest cooperative, a forest collective. Vanwadi is referred to often as a forest collective. So you can use that term or whatever other term. That's up to you. It does help to do it in a collective, because sometimes it's tough for individuals to do. But it should be good to have a good understanding amongst the people who's doing it as a collective. So there are no misunderstandings later on. And you are also not unrealistic in your planning. You have to plan for the long haul. And these things are slow. You have to supplement it with other stuff. So you can supplement it with educational work, with other kinds of sustainable livelihoods, and grow your own food also, regenerate the forest, do your rainwater harvesting, take soil conservation measures, plan your energy systems as well. All these things will have to be done simultaneously. So, you do apply some of your permaculture as well. If you do a permaculture course, there's scope to apply it. But I place even more emphasis on local traditional knowledge, where you can see the practices which have been time tested in that situation. So permaculture should not cultivate the arrogance which some young permaculturists seem to have, that they know and they can teach farming to farmers. They are far from it. I did the first permaculture course conducted by Bill Mollison in India in 1987, when he first did this course assisted by Robin Francis, who was the assistant editor of the International Permaculture Journal. And I know how bewildered I felt. It's a huge mass of information, but unless we relate it to the real world around us, that kind of information can be overwhelming, and we have to learn to better relate to it with existing life situations, natural situations, farmers, local practices, and take the basic principles of permaculture, the ethics of permaculture and the design principles of permaculture, each element performing many functions and each function being performed by many elements. So you have a strong system going where the linkages are not dependent, say, on just one element. So, just like the human brain has an enormous amount of excess capacity, but that's also a fallback system. Yeah. So in nature, you have an enormous amount of diversity of elements and they all perform different functions, but that makes that entire system far more resilient and stronger. So, yeah.
Would deciding between a certain style, between, say, for example, permaculture or natural or organic style farming, what would it? How does one choose what I do on my piece of land? Or should I be? What should be one do?
Sorry, can you repeat that question once again?
My question to you was, for any person who's owning a piece of land and wonders which way to go about it, what should one, is it connected to the end objective, or is one should see the land as it is and then decide thereafter? One go about deciding that?
Sorry, there's a lot of conversation going out on this side through people who have just come in, and I am missing out a bit on your question. It's also been quite long. I'm happy to do a second installment of this if you want to, and if you can email your question, I can also answer over email when I get back to the city.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And, sharing your knowledge, your wisdom. Thank you for the most critical aspects of farming, and thank you so much.
Oh, it's a pleasure, and I'm happy even for any second installment if and when you want it. And I'll try and share some articles as well, and you can ask any unanswered questions.
Certainly. We intend to do it in a big way. This is more of a beta experiment. We intend to take this further and push have more dialogues on these subjects.
Okay. Yeah.
And certainly have you there. Thank you so much, Balaji.
You're most welcome. Yeah. Bye.
That concludes our discussion on natural farming, which we've been conducting over 2 days, almost 2 hours, I guess. Radha, would you want to say any closing statement?
Oh, thank you, Vinay, for the past 2 days, and we have to thank Preeti Bhosle for her to connect to so many people, wonderful people.
A big thanks to everyone who's participated, attended, spoke. Big thank you to all of you. There are hardly any people around, but I wish the message gets to them. That
no, we have a YouTube live thing, maybe to their convenience. Many of my friends said they would watch it later. So all my thanks to Vinay and Preeti for the whole event. It just happened, is what I'll say.
Also, we did it. Thanks to you too. And thank you, Pushpa.
Thank you, Pushpa.
You were there. I mean, you were the one who's.
Yeah, you were there for the past 2 days continuously. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Should I end the? Yeah.